that. If we jump over, here you can see we've got the preview. So Bianca Belair and Nia Jax battle to see who's going to have the advantage at War Games. That is still going ahead. Obviously, the big talking point is Jade. Jade is expected to be out of Survivor Series. Word on the street, we spoke about it in the last Unseen, was that she is going to be out for at least 3 months. That's coming from Dave Meltzer. So apparently she's out for at least 3 months, and it could be longer. WrestleMania is touch and go. Survivor Series looks like it's definitely off the table, of course. And so we should get some big announcements regarding that tonight. So that match, I think, is still going ahead, but lots of work to be done with this story. Then we've got New Day taking on Alpha Academy. Now, we've had word as to when the special Raw is going to be, that's going to be like dedicated to them, the 10-year anniversary episode. It's going to be the first Raw in December. So I think it is it next week? Are we talking about next week's Raw? Yes, I believe we're talking about next week's Raw, right? So that's going to be the 10-year anniversary celebration for the New Day. Now, that means that this story, these teases of them splitting, we're definitely going to get some sort of resolution. I don't know which way it goes. I don't know if they split and they just part ways. I don't know if Big E comes back and announces he can wrestle, and that kind of brings them all back onto the same page. I don't know if Xavier turns. That's probably the most likely option, or the one they want you to think is the most likely. I don't know if Kofi turns, but I feel like whatever's going to go down, it's going down on that episode. So more tension here. I expect Alpha Academy to win. I expect drama here as we build towards that. Then we got Bron Breakker clashing with Ludwig Kaiser. Now, it doesn't say anywhere that this is for the Intercontinental title. I think this is just a match. Obviously, Ludwig getting involved in Bron Breakker against Sheamus last week. So I would not be shocked to see Sheamus getting involved in this match right here. Then we got Rey Mysterio and Dragon Lee taking on American Maids in a tornado tag match. That is kind of hard to get excited about. This feud between like the LWO and American Maids has just been really flat. Really, like, it's one of those feuds that's sort of playing out, but no one talks about. No one even acknowledges is really even happening, you know? So I'm sure it'll be fine. There's some great talent involved. You know, that's basically the Creed brothers taking on Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio. That should feel a lot bigger than it does. Right now, it's like the match that I would probably skip. It's the match I'm least excited about, but again, if you think about how great the Creed brothers are, and Dragon Lee, one of the best kind of luchas in the world, and then Rey Mysterio, you know, maybe the greatest, like that should be fire. So, actually, as a lineup, I don't think it's too bad. It's a go home. It is live. It's not taped. It is live. So, that's great. Massively appreciate that. They could have taped this one, and I think a lot of people would have understood, because we are, 3 days away from Thanksgiving? If they wanted to be really kind, they could have given them this show off. But instead, it's live, right? Hence why all those arguments about tape shows being for Thanksgiving made no sense in my mind. But, yeah, we're live. We have got not a bad lineup. It's a go-home show. It would be nice if there was maybe like a title match in there, or a kind of big feud that was going on. Kind of lacks, like, you know, where's your Cody? Where's your Gunther? Where's your Jey Uso? Where's, you know, I'm sure we're still going to get some of these people, but there is a few kind of big names that are missing here. Where's your Liv? Where's your Rhea? They're sure to be on the show, but just not kind of showing themselves on the official preview. So we'll have to see. And obviously, where's the Wyatt 6? That is another thing that's missing, and we really need the Wyatt 6. I mean, oh my god, they are just getting battered when it comes to social media. You know, you've got Carrion putting out this thought-provoking kind of theories and getting inside people's heads. And then the Wyatt Six respond with like a sentence, which doesn't have the same impact in my opinion. So I kind of feel like they're very much needed. We need the Wyatt Six to get a big moral dub right on this show. I kind of feel like they took an L when they got played. They took a pretty big L when they got played. And then social media, they've been taking L's because Carrion has been playing such interesting mind games. And we just haven't seen the Wyatts be able to come back with anything. I do think the Bo promo last week was very well received, but the biggest talking point was not about what he said. It was about how much he looked like Bray. Which, I don't know, I mean, that is definitely something you can take away from it, but it's not massively going to help with the feud and the story at the moment. So, I don't know, we're going to have to wait and see what they've got, but we definitely, if you are a Wyatt Six fan, we definitely need to see them get in some moral dubs on this show. So, we'll see what they've got in store for the Wyatt Six, shall we? Right, Daze, 7 stars that could join a new Seth Rollins faction. Ethan Page, Montez Ford, Tommaso Ciampa, Braun Strowman, Nathan Frazier, Drew McIntyre, Kevin Owens. Have we got a new Seth Rollins faction starting or something? There's no word on the street about that I've seen. So if there is, that could be fun. I definitely would not have an issue with that. But let's go down. Carl and Dawn said Wyatt Six would get a big win if they added me. Wyatt Six would get a big win if they added you. I'm sure they would. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Matt says, Daze, chat, sorry I've not been around so much. I've been spending all my time with my mom who's having some health problems. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I have to go back with her now. Just wanted to say love and miss you guys. Matt, shout out to you, my friends. I hope life deals you a better hand soon. Undercover Manager said, being that now we have War Games, we don't get traditional Survivor Series matches anymore, so no one's surviving. So I had a thought, what about an IC or US title 4-5-way elimination match? Survivor wins the title. Do you know what, Undercover Manager? I would be really on board with that. I do think that is a disadvantage for the champion. So I sort of feel like you either have to do this every year, and it's just something that if you've got the belt at this time of year, you're going to have to go through it, right? Tough. Sorry, but this is what we do, right? For Survivor Series. Or they deserve it. Like, they've been a heel, and they deserve to be punished, right? Because putting a babyface in that match doesn't work for me. Like, I always use that example of Big E. Big E for the day one show. So Big E had worked so hard to get to the world championship, and he was world champion. And we got to day one, and I think originally it was going to be like a triple threat match. And Big E was like, brilliant, I'm a fighting champion. I'll take on as many people as I need to keep this title, right? Okay, I can deal with that, fine, whatever. But then all of a sudden it became like a fatal 4-way. And Big E was still like, yeah, more the merrier. I'll take them all on. And I was getting a bit frustrated because I was like, nah, Big E, you're getting screwed now. Like, they're making you defend your title in a match where someone can pin someone and you are no longer champion. Like, all of a sudden, you've lost the champion's advantage. And so, all of a sudden, you're basically getting screwed, right? You're basically being screwed. Because he was a babyface, he hadn't done anything to deserve it. And all of a sudden, he found himself in this fatal 4-way where he can lose his title that he's worked so hard to get by someone pinning someone. To me, that's just not fair. That's just not cricket. That's just not... Do you know what I mean? Like, we're trying to put the belt surely on the people that deserve to be champion. And if that is Big E, well, put him in a fair fight. If he'd have done something wrong where he had interfered in a load of matches and he deserved to be in that position, well, then that's different. But he'd been a babyface. He'd done everything good. He'd done everything right. and he was still getting screwed. And what was frustrating was Big E just had a big smile on his face. It was like, yeah, more the merrier, bring him on. You know, he's trying to be a fighting champion. And then on the day of the show, I think, wasn't it, Roman was sick, was ill, and so we were going to get Roman versus Brock. That match is cancelled. They chuck Brock Lesnar in the Big E match. So all of a sudden it becomes, I think, a fatal five-way. And they speak to Big E on the kind of pre-show, and he's like, well, you know, it's not ideal, but I'm a fighting champion. I'm like, Big E, come on, man. Open your eyes. Don't you care about this belt? Don't you care about this title? I hope you lose it. God, honestly, I mean, this whole I'm a fighting champion, all this kind of stuff, you're getting screwed, mate. You're getting screwed. They're just chucking people into this match, and your advantage as champion has gone. And now, you know, person A pins person B. Whilst the two other people are beating you up outside the ring, there ain't nothing you're going to be able to do about it. I do miss common sense in wrestling, and that's an example where, like, for me, common sense left the room. So when it comes to these multi-person matches, I always personally would like to see it used a better way. So I don't mind that idea of, like, the IC title being defended in such a match. And what I really like about Undercover Manager's shout there is actually that is the change that I would make for Fatal 4-Ways, Fatal 5-Ways. Turn it into an elimination match. Because that way, if person A pins person B and the champ's not involved, all that happens is person B is eliminated, right? He doesn't lose the title. The champ still has to be beat, right? He's still at a disadvantage because they can all gang up on him, of course, right? If 4 people are beating him up and he's down and someone pins him and is eliminated, you know, he's still at a disadvantage, but at least it takes away that this person can pin that person and you lose your title, which to me makes no sense whatsoever. How does that person pinning that person mean they're worthy of being champion? Like, we would never do that in any other sport. Like, I know that it's entertainment. I know, like, you can say, oh, like, you know, it's not that serious, whatever, but I don't know. You've seen that it is that serious. People, like, pore over every little detail. And people are, you know, upset when it comes to booking decisions and who gets money in the bank. And if you start going down that road of, oh, it's not that serious, well, then the whole thing unravels, doesn't it? You know, we either care about these things or we don't care about any of it. And I care about it. So for me, that's always been a bit of a bugbear. It's always been a little frustration of mine when it's come to these multi-person matches. So, yeah, Undercover Manager, for them to do that, I'd have no problem. Probably best to do it every year so that everyone knows this is what we do. And I really like the idea of making it elimination. But that's something I would be tempted to roll out for all, like, Fatal 4-Way, Fatal 5-Way matches, unless the champion deserved to be put in, like, this awful situation. Because it is awful having 2 people fighting and basically you lose your title as a result. Kian said, Daze, hope you're well. Having a good day. I enjoyed Unseen. Thank you. War Games this weekend. Yes. Do we think The Rock will make his presence on the show? I hope the internet is working better now. Yeah, I did apologize for the technical problems we had on Saturday. On Sunday, I apologize for them. Out of my control, unfortunately. On Saturday, we were doing a watch-along, Survivor Series 2022. And we were about half hour into the kind of pre-show bit, and then the internet just went. I mean, it just went. It's like someone just turned it off. It wasn't working. I was getting no phone reception. My routers were completely dead. Just like, I used the local 5G mast, and it is literally like someone just flicked a switch and turned the mast off. So I had no internet coming into the house. And, you know, that was it. I mean, there was nothing I could do. So I've said, and it's just worth mentioning again, a big thank you to everyone that's donated in 2024, because that money has gone into, I don't know if it's Skylink, Starlink, whatever it's flipping called, Elon's system, yeah, for Wi-Fi. I've bought that. It doesn't arrive for a week or two, And it's like a satellite dish. It's only about that big. Fits on the side of the house. And basically that is now going to give me a real alternative to the 5G kind of Wi-Fi that I've always used. Always use 5G. But if that mast goes down, it kills everything. So now I have a real alternative. I've got, you know, my own satellite, which wasn't cheap. It was about £300. And then you have to buy like the mount to put it on the wall. That was like 80 quid. Then there was like administration fees. They were like 70 quid. But when everything was done with taxes and everything, it was like £480. And then when it arrives, you have to pay £75 every month for the service, right? So that's on top of the Wi-Fi boxes that I've got. So just to get internet for me is a flipping nightmare in the countryside. But, you know, I said the other day, a big problem on Saturday with it crashing and there was nothing I could do. It needs a big solution. And, well, here we go. This is the big solution. So if this works now, you know, I can't guarantee that, you know, lag will be gone forever. Because, of course, if I still connect to the mast and the mast goes down, we'll have lag. The only difference is I could immediately now change to Starlink, Skylink, whatever it is, connect to that. And hopefully, if that's not down, which, you know, hopefully I don't lose both at the same time, we should be back immediately. So I can't say that lag's gone forever, but I can say that we're making some big moves to try and sort this thing out. So, yeah, hopefully going to be in a better place. Shotwave said, have you heard that Raw and SmackDown is going to be 3 hours on Netflix? Laughing face. Yeah, I have actually. Yeah. I think someone mentioned it once. So thanks for that, buds. Daze, would you like to see a grand finale of Survival stipulation that was implemented in 90 in the modern day, as I thought it was awesome? I actually wouldn't. We did. So we tried to do Survivor Series 2022 on Saturday and didn't, you know, internet was gone. Thankfully, it came back. And so on Sunday, yesterday, we did a watch along for Survivor Series 1990. And I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun show. It's a bit of a throwaway show. It doesn't really feel like much on there has like long-lasting impact outside of the arrival of The Undertaker, of course. But it was a fun show watching it again and revisiting it, and I had a good time with the watch-along. But we were talking about that Survivor match because what happened was there was a load of Survivor Series matches, and all the survivors in each match, they all got added to one big grand finale. So it was actually 3-on-5, which it doesn't really make sense if you think about it. Like, they've put all the heels together and all the faces together, but it's kind of, there was no storyline as to why they had done that. There was no story as to why $1 Million Man wasn't on, like, Ultimate Warrior and Hogan's team to make it 4-on-4. Instead, they made it 3-on-5 for no real reason. Right? No real reason. They just made it 3-on-5. I suppose the reason is they've kept the baby faces together and the heels together. But, like, I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you wouldn't just make it 4-on-4 and do the whole can they coexist, you know, and do the whole Hogan having to tag $1 Million Man and them not getting along and can he be trusted? And that's kind of, I think, how we would book it now. But it's not how they booked it back in 1990, right? So that was just a little quirk thing that stood out. But the other thing was, these people were in feuds at the time, and so you watch their matches earlier in the show, and they're, you know, going up against their heated rival, yeah? They're going up against the person they hate, like, I think at the time for Hogan, it was Earthquake. And so that's the match, yeah? By the time they get to this big finale, grand finale Survivor match, it's a load of people fighting that don't have any issue with each other, or at least no current issue with each other. You know, I was watching like Tito Santana fight the $1 Million Man. I was watching Ultimate Warrior with the $1 Million Man. And it's like, there's no story here. It's literally just this lot have won their matches and they've got through to the grand finale. But, you know, that heel team, it consisted of Warlord, Power and Glory, $1 Million Man, and one other that I can't remember. But yeah, like, I don't know. I know that you could book it a different way and maybe get different people in there, but in that time, the person that they're really feuding with, they've already faced earlier in the show. Like, this is the big finale, and it's a bit of a kind of weird nothing match, really. So that kind of the winner stays on thing, I wouldn't do that. I've said what I would do is a battle royal. I would put all the survivors in a battle royal. Winner gets a world title shot, because like that way they're actually fighting for something. That way you don't get this weird, we're going to put them into random teams, right? You just put everyone in the ring, they just fight, and then there's an ultimate winner that gets a pretty big prize of a world title shot, you know? You got to win the Rumble for that, or Elimination Chamber for that, or Money in the Bank for that. So it makes sense that if you win the Survivor Series, right, you can actually now be a winner of the Survivor Series by winning that Battle Royal at the end. You get a title opportunity. So I would do that personally. I do think that that would help Survivor Series, because I do think that these matches, you know, it's just really bragging rights at the end of the day. It's just like a lot of the time, if you win these matches, you've won a match. But we know, we've seen enough wrestling to know that literally the next night, the other team will attack them and this story just goes on. And then all of a sudden, Survivor Series was largely irrelevant, right? So I do feel like you need something a bit more tangible in there. But yeah, you know, we could talk about Survivor Series for quite a long time. This year's, previous years. But yeah, I would definitely make that little tweak. But we don't even really get Survivor Series matches anymore, do we? Now they're just fixated on War Games. It's Kaz81. Shout out to you. It's Kaz says Connor Rigby. Connor Rigby. I don't know why we're shouting out Connor Rigby, but it's lovely to see, and I'm happy to read it. So it's Kaz. Shout out to you. I am officially a little bit confused. Alex Bisgamer said, Daze, PW Insider are reporting that WWE are working on plans for a women's Intercontinental Championship. Yeah, good. Good, I'm pleased. I think that both brands should have a mid-card title. Word on the street was that United States was going to go between both shows. I do believe that report. I do believe that there's truth to that, and that is what the plan was. But it was pointed out that I think everyone that's in this US title tournament is just on the SmackDown side. So I'm guessing that those plans changed, and they decided, no, we'll just keep this SmackDown, and we will bring in a Intercontinental. Either that, or I think, was it Michael Cole on the show said that the belt would be defended on Raw and SmackDown? Maybe made a mistake. So hard to know, but either way, looks like a women's IC is coming in, and I'm definitely here for it. I think it's good. You know, more women's mid-card belts, the better, really. I mean, you don't want to flood them, but for them to be able to match what the men have got, I think there's a place for that. We're probably not quite at the point where both brands need tag titles, but I think both brands could definitely get away with mid-card women's championships. Should have men's and women's 24/7 titles, but either could still win either belt, says Grant. Tom said, with all the new shows in Europe, it would be great to have a European title back. That's interesting. Do you know, I would really love a belt that sort of goes around the indies, actually. So, like, for me, a European championship should be really, I would put it in Europe. You know, call me old-fashioned, but I would have the European Championship stay in Europe. And actually, whenever we go over to Europe, have the champion on your shows, on your house shows. If you're doing a PLE, maybe they make it onto the pre-show, or I don't know, maybe they might even make it onto the card, depending on who's got the belt at the time. But could you imagine, like, say, Cara Noir being the WWE European champion, and he, like, carries that belt, like, as he works the indies, and, you know, he'll work the house shows if ever they come over and do, like, you know, because we know they've got, like, a lot of European shows planned. So if we can get like Coronel in on those shows, or whoever's got the belt at the time, then, you know, we could actually have that belt stay in Europe. And then, honestly, you know, you're putting that belt on people that's maybe already under a WWE ID contract. These are people that you want, like, your fans to be aware of, because you've got plans to actually bring them in to, like, NXT. I would be interested in just knocking it down to, like, maybe the NXT level. I really like the idea of the European Championship kind of being based in Europe and going to kind of largely European talent. I think for me, the problem with the European title is always when it starts going and like on Americans get it, and like all of a sudden it doesn't really mean anything. I suppose in a way I've got that little bugbear with the US title, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, the US title's got a lot of history. I'm used to just seeing anyone carry it now, to be honest. Like, you don't have to be American to have it, but I think you could tweak it whereby, you know, it has a bit more of a purpose for the United States. And I think a European title could have a bit more purpose for, like, Europe. And, like, we could really look to actually, you know, fix it, if you will. Yeah, the way that it's just history, really. It's just wrestling history. You know, back in the day, you had territories that were based in America. And so your United States champion was, you know, this is the best wrestler that represents the United States in the USA. And, like, really the territories, they weren't venturing outside of that. So it meant something. But as now wrestling, and certainly WWE, has grown into a global brand, I don't know that it's fit for purpose as much anymore. Definitely there should still be a United States Championship, but I think it can be redefined as to how we use it, who gets their hands on it, and, you know, maybe what level it sits in the pyramid. In the, you know, is it a developmental title? Is it a mid-card championship? Because of its history, there'd be a lot of people that would want it to stay. But for me personally, I would replace it. I would drop it down to a more developmental system. So for me, I think you could have the best person in the indie scene that is in the US, US-based promotion. You can put that US title onto them. When it comes to Europe, you can put the European Championship onto them. When it comes to Japan, you could have a WWE Japanese Championship, because, you know, I'm sure we're gonna go over there and start getting some of the great talent that comes out of Japan. I mean, Japanese wrestling is very well featured in WWE, so why would you not have some sort of system over there? Like, maybe it would be WWE ID. I know that Triple H wanted to open an NXT over there. For those that have never seen that kind of spreadsheet, if you will, that presentation, going back before the pandemic, Triple H showed off a map of the world, and he showed all these NXTs dotted all over the world. You had the one in Orlando, but then there was NXT UK, and there was one in Mexico, and there was one in Japan, and, like, I think one in Australia. He wanted all these NXTs all over the world so that we were getting the best talent from around the world, you know? And for me, I think what would make sense is if you had one in Europe, right? Germany. You had one in the UK, right? Yeah, maybe you have one in Italy or something, right? And so then you could have NXT Germany champion, NXT Italy champion, NXT UK champion, and then above all of them would be the European champion. Yeah, that would be like the main guy. That would be your Gunther or someone like that, right? That's like your European champion. Not Gunther now, Gunther when he was on the indie scene. Or like, and the same with like Mexico and all of that. I kind of feel like as we're growing and as we're going more global, we might have to redefine how we use some of these championships and what the championships are called. Don't know. Interesting thought. Definitely something I would be open to if it did ever go that way. But we're probably a good few years from worrying about that. Plus, there's been no word on those NXTs anymore. It's kind of gone a bit radio silent. Pete said you can't put titles on independent wrestlers that you can't control. Yeah, you can. Because you can, like, if they're under a WWE ID contract, then you do have a degree of control over them. I mean, I'm not saying that you would put that championship on someone that isn't under an ID contract, but have you seen how many people have just signed with WWE ID? And, you know, there's some Progress talent that's been at a recent show. So I'm thinking what we're going to see is we're going to see some more of that European talent now get signed to WWE ID. Plus also, as we've just mentioned, that system of NXTs, that kind of implies to me that that's still an idea I would imagine Triple H still believes in. Whether he can get TKO to believe in it, not sure. But you can move it down to the developmental level is the point, right? And I think you can move it down to the WWE ID level as well. And I think that then you have got WWE championships being defended and fought for at the indie level. WWE strengthening their relationship with indie talent, and the indies in particular, is going to be very important moving forwards, because I think they're trying to cut a supply line off to AEW. Like, they want the indies really to be a way of the best of that talent finding its way to WWE. Look how many people have signed WWE ID contracts. A lot of people. There has not been an announcement of just 5 people or whatever. We must be up to like 20, maybe knocking on the door of 30. It's a sizable number that have signed WWE ID contracts, and there's no sign of that slowing down. So why not have a belt that goes around and is defended? And, you know, okay, it's only the WWE ID people that get their hands on it, but with the amount of people that have signed those contracts, that's a good amount of people, to be honest. And then that just further strengthens your relationship with the indies, because all of a sudden now, if you go to an indie show, not only are you going to see, or may you see, some WWE ID'd wrestlers, but one of them may be defending an actual recognized WWE championship, which recognizes them as the best indie talent in the US, or the best indie talent in Europe, or the best indie talent in Japan, so on, so on, so on. It depends how big we get with WWE ID, and it depends if we get these extra NXTs, because if we get these extra NXTs, then that makes me think you're going to go even bigger with WWE ID, because you're going to need even more talent to get into those NXTs. Because if you've got an NXT in Japan, an NXT in Europe, an NXT in Mexico, you're going to want to do WWE IDs around them as well. So all of a sudden, these NXTs, they become hubs. They become central focal points for the local talent and indie talent to find their way into. So that means that you're really signing up a lot of people to WWE ID. You know, all of this is pie in the sky. All of this is like, you know, what could the future of the mid-card titles look like? And that's what I'm saying. I think a redefining is on the table for the future, depending on what happens with developmental. But yeah, I like the idea of a recognized WWE championship kind of circulating around on various indie promotions, which then further strengthens our relationship with indie talent, indie promotions, indie wrestling fans as well. They would be a bit more exposed to the WWE name, the WWE branding. That's quite interesting to me. I think that WWE ID has really opened up a very, very interesting door and created a lot of opportunity now. It's just, what do we do with this opportunity? How far do we go with this opportunity? I've no doubt more schools will come in as well. I've no doubt that what we're seeing is just the start. I've no doubt that we will get more schools, more promotions, and as a result, more people sign into ID. I've said it before, I really think that this is a way of cutting off the supply line for AEW. I really think that if AEW wasn't around, I don't know that we would do this, but because they are around, I think that we are trying to make sure the best indie talent comes to us. We've already took TNA off of them, and now we're trying to find a way of getting the indies to feed into WWE. And honestly, I think if they could find a way of getting New Japan, I think they would do it. In fact, they did reach out to New Japan, And you might remember Tony Khan actually commented on it. And he was like, I don't know what Nick Khan's trying to do with New Japan, but I already have a relationship with New Japan. So, you know, good luck with that. So we know Nick Khan has tried to reach out to New Japan. So for me, we've took TNA. We're trying to take the Indies. They've had conversations with New Japan. They're working with Noah because we've sent people over to All Japan. We're sending Shinsuke to Noah in January. We sent Shinsuke there earlier this year. So we're working with Noah. We're working with Marigold. We've been working with All Japan because we sent Tavian Heights. Like, we're sending people out to the Indies and to all these different promotions so that we have got the relationships and the AEW haven't. Because it does seem to be a case. I mean, I can't think of a promotion where both WWE and AEW work with them. Can't think of a promotion. I mean, you can say TNA, but they didn't work at the same time. You know, TNA worked with AEW. That relationship went a bit sour. As soon as WWE were able to work with them, they took over. But it wasn't that we were working with them at the same time as AEW. And that is true of Noah, All Japan, Marigolds, Rev Pro. We don't work with Rev Pro WWE, but AEW do. So, like, Rev Pro is AEW. It kind of feels like we're in a bit of a race to try and snap up as many promotions as we can so that AEW don't get them. That's honestly how it feels to me. So, again, how can we strengthen those relationships? What can we do to make it work better for both parties? How can we solidify it a bit more, you know? I think all of that's a very interesting conversation. Steven said, Daze, I hope you're well. I can't wait for WWE Raw and WWE Survivor Series War Games. I hope Bayley will be the 5th member for Rhea Ripley's team at Women's War Games this Saturday. Could be a number of people, but honestly, I mean, trying to figure out who the replacement's going to be. I tell you what, whoever replaces Jade, I think very quickly becomes the number one person that everyone looks at with a bit of a side eye because they have massively benefited. I said as well, whoever replaces Jade in the triple threat on Friday, and if it's the same person, I think they immediately become suspect number one. So if the same person that replaces Jade in the United States tournament is the same person that replaces Jade at Survivor Series, they've gained a lot by Jade being out. And so I think all of them, all of a sudden, they become number one suspects. So there's a few people wondering if it's going to be Bayley, a few people wondering if it's going to be Kyrie. There's, you know, a lot of people wondering as to who it's going to be. I honestly don't know. We did a video on the second channel, which I really liked because you actually see my mind change during the video. I started it by going, I don't think it's Bianca. Doesn't make sense that it would be Bianca because she was in a United States championship match. So why would she sacrifice that? You know, you can only ever be the first ever United States champion, right? So why would she throw that away just because she attacked Jade? But then it dawned on me as I was recording the video, what if Bianca did it and then went to the match thinking that Jade wouldn't be found until after the match, or thinking Jade will be found, but I will be in the match, so I don't need to deal with it until after the match, and being in the match will be a perfect alibi for me. It'll be perfect, because I've had enough of Jade's, right? I've had enough of this team. I've had enough of having to carry her. I want to go off and be a solo star, and, you know, she could have attacked her, and because she was tired of like basically carrying her, and so she could have attacked her because now she's thinking I'm gonna go off and be the United States champion instead because she's adamant she's gonna win this thing. The only problem was they showed Jade had been attacked during her match, and I don't think she knew they were gonna do that. So in that moment, then she had to make a choice: do I stay in this match or do I run to the back? And obviously, if she had stayed in the match, that would have looked real suspect. So she didn't really have a choice. She had to run to the back. So she might have screwed herself without even knowing that she was going to screw herself. She might have thought she could have got away with it. So there is a way that it can be Bianca. There is a way that they can explain it where it does make sense, or at least in my mind, it makes sense. So all of a sudden, I went from saying it can't be her for this reason to then actually finding a way it could be her, to then I'm like, oh my God, I can't shake it now. I'll tell you the other reason I can't shake it. If Jade is out for 3 months or 4 months, which is what the rumors are, she should be back just before WrestleMania. That means we need to go straight into her WrestleMania feuds, right? Because if she's out, say, 3 months, which is the least, according to Dave Meltzer, that's the low end, yeah, of how long she'll be out for, 3 months. So that means she misses December, January, February. That means she comes back in March. Well, WrestleMania is April. So when she comes back, she's got to go straight into her WrestleMania feuds. Who is her rumored WrestleMania opponent? Bianca. That's her rumored WrestleMania opponent. So if Jade comes back from injury and it's March and she's still going to make it and be used for WrestleMania, her rumored WrestleMania opponent was Bianca. So that must mean that they'll bring her back and they'll make it that it was, maybe it was not going to be Bianca, but now, time-wise, you might have to make it Bianca so that you get to WrestleMania. So for those reasons, for the reason that I can find a way of explaining it was Bianca, for the reason that we're going to, when she returns, be so close to WrestleMania and Bianca was her rumored opponent, for those reasons, Bianca has now shot up a lot in my estimation as to who is, like, you know, potentially the guilty party here. Naomi is making a lot of noise about how it's not her and all of this, which is very interesting. You've got to look at Naomi. I think you've got to look at maybe Charlotte. You know, I think there's a few names in the mix. And I certainly am not 100% on anyone. But I can, after saying I don't think it's Bianca, I can all of a sudden now make a few points as to why it could be Bianca. So, yeah, it's interesting. I've been sent, though, theories on it being pretty much everyone. I've been sent theories on it being Bayley. They're good. They're solid. I've had theories as to why it would be Kairi Sane, which is good. I can make a theory like I've just done for Bianca with the timing, which to me makes sense. Like, there's quite a lot you can actually get your teeth into, to be honest. Which, you know, makes for a real good whodunit, because there's a lot of very viable options. Chris said, that's why I'm going to be Lash. She gets the benefit of Jade getting murdered on Naomi's behalf. Yes. Angie and Josh said, hello, Daze. Joshua and I have mostly recovered from our weekend. We both agree that we like the experience of going to SmackDown than we did the last one. Of course, seeing Cody helped a lot. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, my friend. I am glad you had a good time. It was a good show. It was a very, very well received show. So, yeah, very good. Apparently, Jade could be out 3 months to a year. Bianca Jade will probably be SummerSlam or Mania. Well, again, yeah, Tom, it depends, doesn't it? If it is that 3 months, then she comes back just before WrestleMania. Then that's why I'm saying Bianca would make a lot of sense, because then you can go straight into that feud, because they're going to have to forfeit the championships now. They're going to have to give up those titles unless Bianca finds a new partner. But I would imagine they'll probably just have them forfeit them. So, yeah, if it's 3 months, then obviously Bianca, I think, becomes, you know, a real favorite. If she misses WrestleMania, well, then all the plans change, don't they? And then I don't know what they're going to do. So, yeah, it's hard to know, because we don't know how long she's out for. The honest truth might be that they are open now, to be honest. I mean, like, now we'll just see when she comes back and we'll see what fits best. You know, depending on when Jade comes back, we might have moved Naomi onto something different, something interesting. All of a sudden, turning her heel might make no sense whatsoever. So even if Naomi was the plan, it might not be like the plan by the time Jade returns if she doesn't return for 12 months. If she's not back 11, 12 months, Naomi might be in a very different place. And all of a sudden, she was the planned person. Might not be the planned person anymore. Bianca might have been the planned person to start the feud for WrestleMania. 11, 12 months time, if Jade's back that late, all of a sudden it might not make enough sense anymore. And actually, it might make more sense at that time that we say it was Piper Niven, or we say it was Kyrie, or something like this, you know. So, yeah, it could be quite fluid. Let's put it that way. Could be quite fluid. It's very interesting as a result. It's a really good whodunit. Really good. Ian said, according to Dave Meltzer, is like asking a local drunk about nuclear physics. Nice. Maya5 said, Daze, how about streaming NXT Mexico, even if you're not big with Penta Phoenix Wrestling? How about streaming NXT Mexico? Well, no, I mean, if there was an NXT Mexico, I would stream it. Yeah. If there was a NXT UK that was around now, I would be more interested. I think that the community has kind of grown like over the years. And I think that I feel a bit more confident now. I mean, actually, I remember when NXT UK was airing, that was, you know, kind of before the pandemic. You know, NXT UK, it ran during the pandemic, but it was, I think, kicked off just before the pandemic. And, you know, we were in a slightly different place then. You know, back in 2019, we had a community and we were getting good views and whatever. But obviously, you know, with time, things grow. We find more people, or more people find us. You know, I think Nightbird was big for the channel. I think White Rabbit was big for the channel. All of that happened after the pandemic. So if I think back to where the channel was kind of when NXT UK started, and, you know, then of course you hit the pandemic. That was just a strange time. Yeah, I'd be totally open to it. Totally open. I mean, I'm not a fan of like that kind of Lucha Bro style. I've said that in the past. But that would not be a barrier for me to watch NXT Mexico. I actually think I would quite enjoy the different culture and trying to, you know, watch a show that was based in Mexico. I would hope it would have a different flavor, a different feel. I think that would be very interesting. So yeah, I mean, this is why I was really excited about the idea of all these different NXTs, because in my mind, if they put them all on the network, and hopefully now that would be Peacock and Netflix, we could watch the best up-and-coming wrestlers from Mexico, from Europe, from Japan, from Australia. You know, we could watch all this amazing talent from around the world. And ultimately, that talent would then feed into the Orlando NXT, which then, God, imagine how amazing that would be. Because not only would you have the best kind of athletes that we were training to become wrestlers, but you would legitimately have the best talent from around the world being fed into, you know, and it wouldn't be like who's Delta, right? A lot of us asked who's Delta. Well, you would know who Delta is because we would be watching NXT Australia. So we would know who Delta is. Grayson Waller could have come through that system. We would know who he was. And he would be at a higher level by the time he went to NXT, you know? We wouldn't have had to have watched him learn. He would have done that in Australia. And then when he's ready, he goes to the Orlando NXT. I thought it was a great idea. I thought it was a great idea. The only thing that stopped it, I think, was the pandemic. And then, obviously, post-pandemic, it never quite started up because everyone was finding their feet and it wasn't a priority. And then, of course, you get the sale. And unfortunately, TKO don't seem to have it as a priority, but that doesn't mean that it's not on the table. Doesn't mean that we're never going to get it. Again, you know, I think we're strengthening our relationship with the indies in America, which is brilliant. I'm so excited for that. And then let's see what they do with the rest of the world. So, yeah, good. Lots of positive things going on with wrestling and WWE at the moment. Daze, did you watch CM Punk's behind the scenes video? Said Amin. Nah, but no, I've been too busy trying to catch up with stuff on Twitter and bits and bobs like that. It is in unseen for people to be aware that it's out. And I know many of you have probably checked it out. I've seen clips from it. And yeah, looks great. I am still confused about... I said in unseen that I'm sure I've seen clips from it. And people are like, nah, there's never been any footage shown. But I have. I just have. I mean, it might be that I've seen pictures and my brain has remembered it as footage. Maybe because I know there was an interview with CM Punk where he kind of talked through a lot of what happened. So perhaps in my head, I'm mixing up what he said, with pictures that I've seen. And maybe I'm like mixing it up and I'm thinking that I saw footage. But I have definitely 100% seen images or footage from behind the scenes. I really want to sit down and try and go through all of the old unseens to see if I can even find it, because I'm sure I would have put it in unseen. So, I don't know. I'm a bit confused over all of that, because they're claiming this is like never seen before footage, which it could be. Because it could be they've got extra footage that they've added to it. I don't know. I don't know if everything in the video has not been shown before, or if there's just bits that have not been shown before. Either way, I haven't seen it. I still don't know. But, I mean, I know they talk about the 2 cages, and I've seen a clip where they talk about the 2 cages and everything. So, yeah, I'm a bit confused by it, but I'll watch it. I'll see, like, try and work out what I've seen before, what I haven't, but it doesn't really matter. It's out. Whatever we've seen before or not seen before, it's out. You can watch it on their YouTube channel, and it's definitely worth the watch. There's some great moments, like afterwards, Randy Orton saying to CM Punk about the fact that you couldn't just give me 10 minutes to enjoy my own return. And CM Punk's like, well, to be honest, it's the only reason I came back was to personally screw you over. And they were both laughing about it backstage. So, yeah, very good. It's looks like it's a very fun watch. Right, Daze, I find The Rock getting involved in the Bloodline saga a little bit confusing and interesting. How do we think he fits in if it's 5v5? Well, I don't think he's in the match, Absol. I think he would walk out. I mean, for example, he's not even training at the moment because he was in Hawaii the other day. Then he got on a plane, 17-hour flight to go over to the UK. He's in full promotion for Moana 2. So he's fully promoting Moana 2. He is not in a ring getting ready for any kind of physical action. So, you know, and at his age, he needs to kind of go through the motions because... you know, his body's obviously in a place where injury is very easy for him to get injured. I think in preparation for WrestleMania, he had Gallus working with him. He had like 3 rings, one in LA, one in... like, do you know what I mean? Like, he really put the work in for months to get ready for WrestleMania. So he just can't do that for Survivor Series. So in my mind, he's not going to be in the actual match. But when the match ends... whichever team wins, you know, I don't know kind of what happens then. I certainly don't expect a handshake between Roman and Solo. So does one team just get out the ring and stand in the entranceway and the other team stays in the ring? Or, you know, could it be that, I don't know, Solo's beating up on Roman or something? Either way, I expect The Rock to come walking out. I think there's a good chance The Rock comes walking out and, you know, sends a message, basically. He did that at, what was it, Bad Blood? Came out when Roman was in the ring with Cody and gave that kind of 1, 2, 3 hand gesture, and then that, you know. And everyone was, like, trying to interpret what that meant. I would expect something similar at the end of Survivor Series, only this time maybe making it clear his message is aimed at Roman. Because I think they wanted you to think that message at Bad Blood was actually aimed at Cody. I think they wanted you to think that Rock came out and he sent that message to Cody. What if he'd have sent it to Roman? And what if then he comes out at Survivor Series with a similar message, but only this time makes it clear it's you, Roman. You effed up. And then that could be like a bit of a bombshell of, oh my God, Roman and Rock are no longer on the same page, you know? Because we don't know quite how Rock fits into this story at the moment. So, but I certainly wouldn't expect him to be in the match. But him coming walking out afterwards and sending another message, I could definitely see something along those lines. There's a clip on YouTube of Punk on Ice Cube Son's podcast where he talks about the backstage bit regarding being told to walk to the cages and thinking to walk to the ring and not the shark cages, says undercover manager. Yes. I don't know how to repeat this. I don't know how to make this any clearer. I have definitely seen footage or pictures or something from him arriving, and I've said it could be that I've seen, I don't know if there was a photo gallery that showed you behind the scenes, but I have seen pictures and footage. I mean, I've seen him in his car. I've seen him signing his contract backstage. Like, I've seen things, and I don't know how to make that any clearer. It's not that I just heard a podcast and my brain has now decided that I've seen it. Like, I have seen stuff, but I don't know if they were just pictures. They may have been pictures, and my brain is just mixing it in with those stories. But, again, I've definitely seen stuff. I've seen things, man. I've seen things. I see dead people. Days change. 6 changes that Punk goes after Gunther's World Heavyweight Championship. 6 changes to WWE. Punk goes after Gunther's World Heavyweight Championship. Carlito is excommunicated. Woods betrays Kofi. Big E return. Becky returns to challenge Liv. And Seth Rollins turns heel, says Connor. TJF, hello, shout out to you. The NXT system, each area was a flop, hence they got rid of the UK titles. It was used to get the best and dropped the rest. WWE used it and scammed wrestlers. Well, the UK one struggled because of the pandemic. So, like, I think when they were out and they were touring and they were getting crowds, they were doing all right. And they, you know, I went to a few of those shows and sales were pretty good. I mean, obviously, I don't have a glimpse at the financials, but WWE saw that there was a thriving UK independent scene, and so they tapped into that to get some of that talent again, so that they had that talent coming into their promotion. And NXT was even shown on BT Sport over here in the UK. So, I mean, look, I wouldn't say that viewership for that would be anything crazy. The problem you've got is it's very hard to kind of build stars and get star power. You do need to sort of borrow stars when you're kind of starting. So I think they, you know, probably some lessons could have been learnt about, could we have borrowed from the main roster? Actually got some, you know, talent coming over so that we had a bit of name power. You know, could we have used Raw and SmackDown to have promoted like some of the kind of shows for NXT UK? Could we have, I think we used NXT okay. You know, we did send like Chase U over. But again, that was like when Chase U really were quite new, and they'd been on NXT, but, you know, they weren't going to bring like loads of eyeballs. It was kind of a little bit more for their benefit as well, you know, go over and, you know, learn. But the general premise is correct in the sense of, listen, there are promotions that survive and thrive in the UK. Look at Rev Pro, look at Progress. There are promotions that thrive and survive in Japan. Obviously, look at Noah, look at All Japan, look at Dragon Gate. Like, you can see, like, that there are, you know, promotions that thrive in these areas. Why can WWE not have a presence in these markets? You know, why can it be a case that they can't establish their own brand in these spaces, get that great talent into the system, and then, you know, have it, like, make its way to NXT? For me, the logic is sound. And NXT UK was around for, you know, a good few years, but it hit the pandemic, and the pandemic sunk a lot of ships. You know, I don't know where NXT UK would be if it wasn't for the pandemic. I don't know if it'd still be with us. I don't know if it would have folded. But they said they got rid of it because NXT Europe was coming in, and I do believe them because they did show that graphic that had an NXT Europe. So I think their plan was to replace it with something that was going to be a little bit bigger in scale. But again, you know, it just never got off the ground. But it's not, that wasn't just hearsay. That wasn't just, oh, we'll tell them this. Because there had been that presentation that Triple H had given that had shown all these different NXT hubs. So it definitely was in the pipe work. And he even spoke about NXT Europe last year. He got asked about what was happening with it. And he was like, well, you know, obviously we're under new ownership now. So all of that is kind of under review. So, you know, clearly it's been shelved. It's just, you know, it is what it is. We'll see kind of if anything comes of it. I definitely think the premise is the right premise, though. I have no problem with that as a system. Because why wouldn't WWE want to have a promotion in the UK? When UK talent is, you know, and European talent is quite obvious, you know. I mean, out through NXT UK came Gunther. Through NXT UK came Ilya Dragunov. You know, thanks to NXT UK and that tournament, we found Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne, you know, Gallus, Piper Niven, Lyra Valkyria. You know, there's some talent that has found its way to the main roster. Pretty deadly. You know, some of these are not the biggest names, of course, but they still found their way to Raw, to SmackDown. Gallus is still around in NXT. Noam Dar, of course. There's, you know, there's people that were over in NXT UK that have gone on to achieve good stuff. So why would you want to shut that? Why would you want to close that door? So, yeah, we'll have to see. No plans, though, at the moment, seemingly. And we'll have to see if they fire it back up. But what I read, it was set up to get talent. It left them dry. Same with India and everywhere else. What I read, it was set up just to get talent and left them dry. Same with India and everywhere else. Don't know what you mean by India. What I can say is when NXT UK started, it definitely left the UK indie scene dry. I agree with you. We actually had this conversation on a member stream the other day. But if you actually look at numbers, the UK indie scene was showing a recovery. It definitely took a knock, because obviously if you take a lot of the best talent away from the indie scene, you're then leaving them with that next level underneath, right? That level that's still kind of coming through. And that takes time, right? But they definitely did kind of cause problems, but that's just an opportunity for that next level to kind of find its way through. You know, all of a sudden now, you know, your progresses, your DDTs, your OTTs, your IP dubs or whatever it is in Scotland, they now obviously need to build up new stars, and that takes time. But all those promotions are still with us. You know, I was had this conversation the other day. I was like, tell me the promotions that have gone as a result of NXT UK. It's like, because we didn't lose Progress, we didn't lose Rev Pro, we didn't lose IPW, we didn't lose OTT. Like, all then I had a couple of names given to me, and when I went on to Cage Match, they weren't even listed on Cage Match. They weren't there. Like, so I don't even know how big these promotions even were. They might have been like in a flipping village or something. You know what I mean? For me, no major promotion went out of business as a result of NXT UK coming along. So, at least not that I'm aware of. And I did search for articles. There was a very interesting podcast I wanted to listen to, but it was behind a paywall, so I couldn't quite get to it. But yeah, it's undeniable it had an effect. That's no one would deny that, right? It definitely rocked the UK indie scene. It definitely shook it up. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because all it does is create opportunity for that next level to, you know, have a big platform to perform on. Because all of a sudden, Progress needs people, OTT need people, IPW need people. They need the Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate replacements, you know? I would not use that as a reason as to why we shouldn't look to do this, you know? If anything, NXT might have helped UK. It probably got a lot more people wanting to be wrestlers. It was easier for them to get to WWE now, said Tom. I mean, I like that outlook, to be honest. I know not everyone shares that outlook because I have read Reddit posts where UK indie wrestling fans were definitely frustrated and disheartened at the fact that NXT UK had come in and just scooped up all this great talent, right? And so all of a sudden now, like, their favorite promotions that they went to on a regular basis, some of their favorite stars had gone now, right? So I understand it had an impact. Definitely had an impact. And I understand that there would need to be a rebuilding process. But you can look at that as like, well, that sucks. Or you can look at it as, well, you know, the system is now set up and, you know, it's just going to take a little bit of time to kind of get to where it needs to get to. But I fully believe it would have got there. And again, Progress survived. Over the Top Wrestling survived. IPW survived. Pro Wrestling Eve survived, which is the women's promotion. Rev Pro survived. Like, all our major indie promotions survived. If you listen to what people say about how NXT UK destroyed the UK indie scene, you would think that it was like amazing, it was popping off, it was like the NWA territory days, and then afterwards it was nothing. It was like a flipping desert, and that's just not the truth. That's just not the truth. What that is it's UK indie fans getting upset and throwing their toys out the pram because their favorite wrestlers are no longer in their favorite promotions. That's how it reads to me. Because all those promotions still survived. And actually then there was opportunity for wrestlers to come through. So, yeah, I struggle with that argument. But it was not perfect. Could they have worked with the promotions a bit better? Yeah, sure. Maybe we didn't need to scoop everyone, you know, all at once. Perhaps we could have, like, you know, took a little and lent them some wrestlers, and maybe we could have found a better way forward. So, not perfect, but I do like what Tom said, you know. All of a sudden now there was a real pathway to getting into NXT. You gotta remember, here in the UK, like, it's a long way away. It's hard to, you know, how are you going to make it to WWE? You know, you're going to have to wait for them to come over and then, you know, be one of the fortunate ones that gets a trial, and then be one of the even more fortunate ones that gets through a trial, right? A tryout. Whereas now there was a different path, a more solid path, where you could work the indies, get recognized, make a name for yourself like Gunther, and then all of a sudden you get plucked and put into NXT UK, which then you establish yourself there, then you get plucked and you go to NXT. All of a sudden there's much more of a logical progression. And I would imagine, like Tom said, that was quite encouraging for a lot of British indie talent, you know. Very interesting conversation. We had it during the member stream, actually. And one that I know that there's very split opinion on. Undeniable it had an impact, though. I definitely don't want to paint a picture that, no, everything was rosy. It was not. Definitely, it went through a wobble. It went through hurt. It went through pain. But I think that eventually would have corrected itself, and we would have got to the point where NXT UK had the talent it needed, and all the indies will have built up their stock of talent to replace it. And then, you know, once it's established, NXT UK would only have to just cherry pick the odd person. It would only have to cherry pick the odd person. And I'm sure over time, we could have built better relationships with those indies. And we would have done a bit of like what we're seeing now. Lyra Valkyria is being sent to Over the Top Wrestling. We sent Finn Balor and JD to an indie promotion not long ago. We're sending Shinsuke over to Noah, right? We've just sent Carmen Petrovich, Charlie Dempsey. There was another one we've sent to GCW, right? So they've gone over to GCW. So, like, all of a sudden, we are now working with the indies better than we've arguably ever done before. So, again, if NXT UK was around now, then I think you would have seen WWE actually sending off people to work with all the British indie promotions, you know, and we would have strengthened those relationships. So I'm struggle with that argument. I struggle with that being an argument as to why WWE shouldn't look to, you know, kind of go back to the plans they had originally. I remember hearing that Gunther didn't want to go to the USA. He just didn't want to move. He was satisfied with NXT UK, says William. Yeah, I think he, to be honest with you, he didn't like Vince's style of booking, is what I heard. He didn't like Vince's style, and so he was happy to just stay like in Europe and stay in NXT UK, and NXT was fine. But main roster was like, I don't want to be flipping, you know, on Miss TV getting gunged or whatever. You know, I'm not, that ain't, you know, to him, the mat is sacred. I mean, that is his gimmick, but it's based on a lot of truth. You know, he's an old school throwback wrestler who, no nonsense, no frills, just a guy that likes to get in there and just wrestle and, you know, put on really great matches. And so a lot of what Vince was doing was just not to his taste. So I think once Triple H took over, I think that was something that was more palatable. And actually, I mean, there was a story that I think he did finally make his way up there when Vince was around. And there's a rumor that Vince didn't see it in Gunther. That did the rounds, didn't it? That Vince didn't see it and that Gunther, you know, might not have been long for the world. I don't know if Triple H stepped in and like, no, this guy's legit and vouched for him. But yeah, I think Gunther was right to have those reservations, to be honest. I don't think he was quite what Vince was looking for. Days 3. Okay. Johnny's just tagged me, said, Days, it wasn't a fever dream. There were some clips that were doing the rounds in April to do with his return. You may have seen those. Well, that makes me feel a bit better. Because, I was, you know, I'm sure I've seen something, and I was happy to say that it was pictures. Maybe it was a photo gallery of Punk's return, and in my head, I've mixed it with the information that came from that podcast, and in my head, it was footage. Like, I can go with that. I can vibe with that. I'd be happy to put hands up and go, it's that. But I know I've seen things, and that was just like, no, I've definitely seen stuff. So, okay, Johnny, thank you. At least we know there was something. I don't know exactly what, but there was something knocking around in April. Right, TJF said, I think NXT India closed after Veer and Shanky left. Look where they are now. I think Triple H's idea is great. I do hope it happens. I think it was Vince's ruling and stealing talent and moving on. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there ever was an NXT India, to be honest. I actually don't know where we got Shanky from. But I think that in regards to that Vince style that you're talking about, I mean, you're right. It is a very cutthroat. We go in, we get what we need, screw everyone else. I mean, that's how he dealt with the territories. So, you know, maybe there was some influence in the strategy when it came to we go in, we get what we need, you know? Because again, I'm trying to be like as honest and as fair as I can. 100%. When we went into the UK market, right, or when WWE went into the UK market, it was disruptive, right, to say the least. It caused a lot of anger, a lot of upset, a lot of pain, and that is undeniable. So I completely agree with all of that. The only thing I disagree with is that I think that it would have settled, and I think that those promotions, those big promotions, they're still with us now. So they didn't suffer to the point where they've gone out of business. I'm sure they had setbacks, and I'm sure they had hard times, but I think it would have recovered. And, you know, I like where WWE is now working with the American indies. I think you would have seen the same in the UK. Hence why if they started it up again now, I think it would be really interesting. So, yeah, I think actually think that we're largely on the same page. I think we're in agreement that the way they went about it was too cutthroat before. and could have been executed better. Right. Afsal said, you've been following WWE for a while. Do we think the roster is stronger than the past era? I think the roster is stronger now than it's been for a long time. I wouldn't say it's stronger than the Attitude Era. I don't even know I'd say it's stronger than the Golden Era, because, you know, you can think down to like Roddy Piper and Mr. Perfect, Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior, Dusty Rhodes. Like, do you know what I mean? Really, what we just said is, at that time, he went and got the best talent that was in the wrestling world, and he brought it into WWF. And so he stripped the territories of just the very best talent that was out there, right? And so I think Golden Era is, you know, incredible as a result. I think, you know, because of aging, because of injuries, because of disputes, because of drug abuse, because of steroids, by the time we get to 92, 93, a lot of that talent is no longer with us or with WWE. I say us because collectively we are all WWE fans, right? So I count us as being the WWE universe, right? Which is what we're labeled. If you're a WWE fan, you're part of the WWE universe. So if ever I say us, I'm referring to the WWE universe that we are, right? So he went and got all this talent. He brought it in, and, you know, it was brilliant. But then by the time, for all those reasons, get to the mid-90s, you know, we're really having to try and find new stars, and we're scraping the barrel, man. I mean, we're bringing in, you know, all these wacky gimmicks to try and fill these spots, and the crowd aren't buying it. And I think the caliber of wrestler is not as good, and, you know, it's difficult. And so then we have to embark on a process of using some of that talent, repackaging them, trying to find a way forward. You know, Ringmaster becomes Stone Cold, Hunter Hearst Helmsley becomes Triple H, you know, Mankind obviously evolves and, you know, becomes Mick Foley and Cactus Jack and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Mankind still, you know, was awesome, right? when he came in, but yeah, obviously we got a lot more out of Mick Foley as we kind of just moved him away from specifically just the Mankind gimmick. And so, you know, you bring The Rock in, Rocky Maivia becomes The Rock. So, you know, there was a lot of that of evolution, getting us to the Attitude Era. But when we did that, I think we had an amazingly strong roster. You know, you look at the tag division, you look at certainly the top end, the main event top end. You could make the argument the mid-card was a little bit weak, but I don't know. A lot of those names are still really fondly remembered that were around the mid-card in the Attitude Era. So it's hard to kind of say, but I wouldn't be upset if anyone said Golden Era, Attitude Era, maybe even Ruthless Aggression, because of the brand split and, you know, the SmackDown 6 and, you know, Cena coming through, Batista coming through, you know, that OVW class, Brock, Shelton Benjamin, all coming through, you know, and then you've still got the remnants of the Attitude Era, and you've got the Invasion people. You know, we've got Booker T in at this point. We've got NWO in at this point from WCW. Diamond Dallas Page. You know, there's people around that have come in from WCW that are adding to the people that are left from the Attitude Era, that are adding to that OVW class, your Brocks, your Cenas, your Batistas, your Ortons. You know, you could make an argument that Ruthless Aggression Era was pretty damn good as well, you know? So I would say, I'd be comfortable in saying I think this roster is the strongest it's been maybe 20 years. But then all of a sudden you get into an interesting debate about, you know, early 2000s, Attitude Era, Golden Era, you know, how does this stack up? But for me, like, the way I look at it is I think the Golden Era is a real high spot. I think the Attitude Era is a real high spot. I think Ruthless Aggression is certainly the first part is a real high spot. And I think where we are now is a real high spot. And for me, those are, you could make an argument, those are the four Mount Rushmore eras of WWE. The Bruno era was, you know, I mean, dominated by Bruno. There was a lot of great talent around, but I don't know that it can hang with those eras that we've just said. The kind of 2012 PG type era, that sort of stuff, I don't know that it's got the depth. You know, you're dealing with your Rybacks at that point, you know, your Alberto Del Rios, which to me, I don't think that's as good as where we are now. I don't think that was as good as Ruthless Aggression Attitude Era or Golden Era. So yeah, I really think this is one of the 4 big eras in WWE's history. I think we're in such a good place right now. I think we really are fortunate to be enjoying the current product that we're enjoying. Tom said, maybe. I don't see Cena Orton at WrestleMania. I think we get an evil Randy return, and he'll turn on Cody in the new year, says Tom. Kelly, the wise lady, that is your issue. Days taking an hour on something. I do talk a lot on certain subjects, but I do like to go deep into them, because that way we don't have to... I like to take my time on stuff, because what I normally think is we do get a lot of questions, and in my mind they're not all different questions. I think a lot of people are interested in the same type of conversation, so it doesn't make sense to just spend a couple of minutes on something, because then you might get a follow-up question to do with that, and so then you end up going back to that. It's probably better to just have the conversation, get as much detail in there as possible, and then that's done, isn't it? I mean, there really is nothing else to say on where developmental has been in Europe and all that kind of stuff. So we can move on from like that conversation. We've had deep conversations about who attacked Jades. We have conversations on loads of different spaces. So yeah, I like to make sure that we're definitely boxing these things off and giving it the time that it needs. Do we spend a bit too long? Sometimes, maybe, sometimes. But I like to make sure we're getting the detail out there. Right, Undercover Manager said EWE, Europe JWE, Japan MWE, Mexico AWE, Australia SAWE, South America. Imagine if they had PCs and brands with TV in those areas, and then a pathway to NXT and so on. Thoughts? That is the plan. That is what they proposed, yes. I mean, I don't know if people have seen the graphic. NXT developmental plan. If I put that in, will I get the image I'm looking for? I should have it saved in a folder somewhere. Triple H. Maybe if I put that in. There it is. That image. Oh, that's from when Jay won the IC title. So. Oh, it got stuck. Oh, there we go. I was like, well, that's frozen. But it just wasn't loading this image. This is the picture. So some of you will have seen this. Some of you may not have seen this. So this was what Triple H proposed. I forget the year. I'm going to say it's like 2018, something along those lines. Was it 2018? 2019. Here we go. I've got the article. February 6th, 2019. So Triple H has shared his vision for the new global development system. And the UK Performance Centre is now up and running outside of London. I can tell you there will be a Performance Centre in India. There will be one in the Middle East. There will be one in Latin America. We are replicating the process around the globe. If we go to the Middle East, we'll start recruiting there and we'll see massive interest. There's a massive depth of people that we think have got the ability to succeed. And this was the image that did the rounds. So all of these NXTs would feed into the Florida NXT. Actually thought there was one in Australia, to be honest. But yeah, all these other ones are, you know, one in China and India and Middle East and Latin America, South America. NXT Europe, which was what was going to replace NXT UK. And so that was the plan that was on the table. And I was so excited for it. I was so excited for this to be a reality. But unfortunately, it died when the pandemic came along. And then, you know, priority, understandably, was can we get this back in front of crowds? And so we did that, like, after the pandemic. Just, you know, getting back to normal was the priority. And then it really was not long after that the whole Vince stuff blew up. And then, you know, we're in a completely different world, and that got left in the past. So, yeah, if you've never seen that image, a very interesting image to be aware of from 2019. Right. Daze, what do we think is going to be added to Survivor Series? Well, it's hard to know, to be honest, because some things will end up going to Saturday night's main event. Some things will stay on Raw and on SmackDown. There's a lot of stuff which is going to be kind of used for different shows. You know, I mean, traditionally, if this was Vince, we would say, okay, Bron Breakker versus Ludwig versus Sheamus. They'll do a triple threat at Survivor Series. Wyatt 6 versus Final Testament and Miz. They'll do that match at Survivor Series. Motor City Machine Guns versus Street Profits versus DIY. They'll do that at Survivor Series. And, you know, you could fill out the card just by looking at what feuds are on at the moment, right? Under Triple H, though, we don't necessarily do that. Under Triple H, we do stuff for Raw and SmackDown. So, you know, for example, the Wyatt 6 have not been on a PLE this year. So we've built up a few matches for them, but none of their matches have been at premium live events. So you just don't know. I mean, for example, they just built Cody Kevin, but they announced today that that's at Saturday night's main event. That's actually going to be Saturday night's main event. That's not going to be Survivor Series. So he's building Saturday night's main event. He's building next week's... Because, you know, we're doing the whole Xavier Kofi thing. Well, that's built into a Raw. That's, you know, again, traditionally, we might have had them split. And we might have done a singles match at Survivor Series. But again, we're building to a Raw. It's very good, actually. He's very good at that. He's very good at building stories to pay off for different shows. So we're building things for next week's Raw. We're building things for Saturday night's main event. We're building things for Survivor Series. You know, he's building lots of different things for different places. It makes it impossible to say what we're going to get for Survivor Series. But you know the feuds that are out there, as we've just named a few. What will make it to Survivor Series, there's no way of knowing, compared to what will be on next week's Raw, what will be at Saturday night's main event. Do we think The Rock will be at Survivor Series, says Rachel? Yes, I think he'll come out at the end. I don't think he wrestles. Amin is saying hello to people. What is sacrilegious? That's sacrilegious, said wrestling's biggest fan. They should be on a PLE. Alex said, first year in a long time, I'm not working Thanksgiving. And till at least 8 a.m. Well, Alex, I hope you have a good one. Shout out to everyone in America, of course. I don't know if I'll remember. I hope I do. But have a great Thanksgiving if I don't see you after this stream. We are back tomorrow for NXT, of course. We are live on Thursday, which is Thanksgiving, because we're going to do the Misfits boxing. So we will be live, actually, on Thursday. And we will, of course, be live for SmackDown. Although this SmackDown is a taped SmackDown, but that's understandable. It is the day after Thanksgiving. So, yeah, we'll actually be live on Thanksgiving. But if you are someone that just joins us for Raw and SmackDown, then after today, I won't see you till Friday. So have a good Thanksgiving. Daze, read my super chat. I'm sorry, shelf presents. I do need to catch up with those. Carlin Dawn said WWE needs a China-style women's wrestler again. Well, they've got Zarya, who's coming in, and she's very strong. Obviously, Rhea's got a size to her. Jade, she's not quite China-esque, but, you know, she's got a size. I suppose there's no one... I suppose Jordan Grace I could see coming in. Jordan Grace is kind of China-esque. A little bit on the shorter side. But, man, absolutely jacked. But Zarya is probably the closest we've got. Raquel Rodriguez isn't bad, of course, with that comparison. And you've got Nia, who's got the size in a different way. But, yeah, hard, isn't it? Hard to get another China. I mean, she was very unique. Shelf President said, Rock is 100, the Grand High Chief. He'll be putting Roman on trial at the high table on the grand stage at WrestleMania. Bianca used to lash. Bianca heel turn coming. So Shelf President thinks that Bianca is the one that maybe attacked Jade. And it is true that The Rock is the High Chief. The only thing I would say is they did show us that The Rock was the High Chief on that Bloodline image. He is actually a High Chief. Like, in real life, he's been made a High Chief. So, you know, he does have that honor, but they didn't use that in the build to WrestleMania, which I was really surprised about. They didn't use it as, you know, he outranked the tribal chief. You know, I'm the High Chief. They could use it now. I think when they were on the same page, I think Rock was very respectful of the tribal chief kind of status. Tribal chief, I think it is something which might even outrank High Chief in the wrestling world. Clearly not in real life, but in the wrestling realm, it's very hard to know what ranks higher, High Chief or Tribal Chief. Well, I can only go off what we saw. And what we saw was The Rock never betrayed Roman. He came down and actually tried to help Roman at WrestleMania 41. Always fell in line and seemed to be maybe not happy to fall in line, but he did it. He, I think, was very respectful of that tribal chief status. So I don't know if that's just him being respectful or if it is that tribal chief outranks High Chief. We'll probably find out more with how Rock works around Solo. Solo is declaring himself to be tribal chief. It's going to be interesting to see if that is something that The Rock acknowledges. So, yeah, a lot of question marks around that. It's a really good point because on that poster that they showed in the build to WrestleMania 40, that big banner, as it looked like Cody was going to get screwed, it did have The Rock's name, and above it, it did say High Chief. And that's because he is an actual High Chief. Dormouse69 said, Daze community love from Dormouse. Dormouse, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we're just 20 minutes away from getting to the show. Brian said, Daze, I'm concerned. Oh, Brian, come on. Bring it in. Bring it in, Brian. Netflix isn't going to have 80s and 90s content. Don't say that. Don't say that. When WWE moves over, I think that's why the Vault is showing wrestling content from that era. Well, look, all I'll say is, I don't think they'll lose any pay-per-views. I can't see any way they're not going to move WrestleMania. All the WrestleManias over, right? That's the bare minimum. And really, if you go back to the PLEs in the 80s, there weren't many. Because you had Rumble, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. You know, you had those shows. So I think they're fine. I don't see a reason as to why they won't move. I don't know about the playlists that are on there, but if we lose playlists, that's fine. It's only a collection of matches, which you'll be able to find on shows anyway, right? So the best Survivor Series matches, the greatest Undertaker matches. I don't know if that moves over, but if we lose those, I really don't care. I'm worried about... I think the old Raws and the old SmackDowns will be all right. I think they'll be all right. I've got no way of proving that, but I don't see with Raw like running now and being on every week, I don't see why you wouldn't have all the old historic Raws. Like, I think you would. And I think you would have SmackDown. And I think you would have all the old NXTs. I suppose the territory footage, for anyone that watches that, I'd be a bit concerned about. Primetime wrestling, I'd be a bit concerned about. WWF superstars, I'd be a bit concerned about. Maybe things like Mixed Match Challenge might not make it over. You know, Legends House might not make it over. Holy Foley might not make it over. Legends with JBL might not make it over. Like, I think a lot of that original programming and the territory footage and the hidden gem footage and maybe some of the old stuff like Superstars, Primetime Wrestling. I don't think they've got any All-American Wrestling actually even on the channel. There's so much that's missing off the network. I don't think there's any WWF Mania. I don't think there's any All-American Wrestling. I think there's only so much Superstars. I mean, there's years and years of episodes of Superstars that are not on there. I think there's years of Primetime Wrestling that's not on there. So there's actually a lot of content already missing off the network. But that's the stuff that I would worry about. But I think all the old PLEs, pay-per-views, WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, SummerSlam, why would you lose those? They're like the big, massive main show. I'll be stunned if they don't move over. Oh, absolutely stunned. I suppose this is a question to our American friends. What do you have with Peacock? Do you have Primetime Wrestling? Do you have Superstars of Wrestling? Do you have those non-active shows, you know? Do you have those shows that we used to have, but we don't, you know, long gone now? Is that footage on Peacock? Because I'd be worried for those. The old pay-per-views, I think, will make it. So I hear and share your concern, Brian. I hope we get everything and even more, to be honest. I would love for more episodes of Superstars and Primetime Wrestling. There's lots I've still not seen. Ninja said the matches are looking mid today, especially the main event. Hopefully we get more Wyatt 6 tonight. We do need more Wyatt 6. I am really concerned about Wyatt 6. I've said that I think they're losing the social media battle. And also, I think they just are coming off a pretty big L on the TV show. I mean, it's really not a good look if you manage to kidnap somebody, you hold them hostage, and you manage to kind of threaten them. I mean, we saw that moment where Bo was like, we were never after Final Testament. We were always after you. You have got The Miz, and you can do whatever you want. Whatever you want, right? And we don't know what happened, but what we do know is that The Miz convinced them, assured them that he had changed. And they knew he was a liar. They knew he was a liar. He was on their radar. Bo knows Miz because he was in the Miztourage. He's been lied to by him before, right? And he knew this, right? He knew it. And he had him, and he got lied to again. He got played again. Again. Even after all of everything he's been through, even after becoming Uncle Howdy, he got played again. There's no way of kind of hiding that fact. There's no way of kind of spinning it, right? I've seen people saying this is what he wanted. Well, it doesn't really make any sense to me that this is what he wanted. Because he had the Miz, he'd kidnapped him, he'd outplayed him, he'd, you know, grabbed him, and, you know, could have done anything. Could have brainwashed him, could have gone full Clockwork Orange, but instead seemingly let him go, ends up walking into a trap, and, you know, the Wyatt 6 get battered. And all he can do is laugh, really, about it. That's all he can do, is laugh. As the rest of the Wyatt Six are decimated behind him. Like, I mean, he laughed because it's like, okay, there you are. Game on, right? Game on. Gloves are off. But he got played. I mean, there's no two ways about it. He can laugh at the end and, like, you know, okay, game on, let's go. But it's still an L for the Wyatt Six. It's still like you had the advantage and you ended up being beaten up on the floor. It's hard to spin that as a positive, isn't it? It's hard to spin that as a positive. So I really do need them to come out with some pretty tasty today. I really do need the Wyatt Six to kind of come out and show just how badass they are, just how cool they are. Because they are cool, and those masks are cool, and this is them continuing Bray's creative. I need them to come out and show us what they're made of. If the gloves are now off, then take the flipping gloves off, right? And do something, and give us something, and cause some carnage. Carrion's got it too comfortable. Carrion's out here playing with a load of people's heads because he can, because he's got the time and the freedom to do it. He's not having to worry about anything. Give him something to worry about. Give him something to worry about. Get inside Carrion's head. That's what the Wyatt Six need to do. How's Carrion going to react if Scarlett is kidnapped? How's Carrion going to react if Scarlett goes missing? Yeah? Is he going to be a cool cucumber spinning out all of these theories and thoughts that he's got, right? Messing up with fans. Is he still going to do that if he's worried about what the Wyatt Six are doing with Scarlett? You know, the point has been made. You know, is Miz going to be as cocky if Maurice goes missing? Like, you know, what about if all of a sudden we start seeing Dexter in Miz's house? You know, what about if we pay a visit to Carrion, where Carrion is? What about if Carrion puts up a clip of one of those videos of him, you know, where he's breaking baseball bats, and as he's in the process of doing it, in the background steps Dexter Loomis that grabs him, you know? Starts, like, choking him out, Scarlett screaming her head off, like, we can do some stuff here, but we need to do some stuff here, because they've been made to look not weak. It's all right that you lose battles. I've said that. It's fine they've got to lose battles. I just think that was a big battle to lose. There's certain battles you don't want to lose. It's a bit like World War II, you know. We certainly didn't want D-Day to go wrong. That was something that needed to go right. Yeah? And so there's certain battles that you don't want to lose. I think if you capture The Miz, kidnap The Miz, you can do anything to The Miz. This is the moment you've been waiting for if you're Bo, because of how you was treated when you was in the Miz Tourage. This is the moment you've waited for. And you are conned into letting him go because he's made you believe that he has changed, and you end up getting played, and this is only your second ever feud as a group. It's just not a great look, is it? It's just not a great look. This just isn't a great battle to have lost. So if I'm Bo, I'm flipping livid. I'm livid. I'm analysing what's gone wrong, how I got outmaneuvered, how I got played, how has this happened, which might explain why you look so dishevelled last time we saw him, because honestly, that's how I would be feeling. I'd be up all night thinking about how did I get this so wrong. So, yeah, a lot to kind of get our teeth into with the Wyatts. I really am looking for something big soon, ideally tonight, because, yeah, really do need to see something coming out of them. And I don't think I'm alone, actually. I think there's a few people that are feeling that Carrion's getting the better of this feud at the moment, because he is coming out with some really interesting content. It's not content that I buy into. It's not content that I like believe in or whatever. You know, he's making this point about how, you know, who do you think the sixth member was? There's a cross in the logo and all this kind of stuff, which to me is rubbish. But there's enough people that are biting on it where he's having an effect, yeah? He's excellent with the mind games. And I do think that there is a degree of truth in what he's saying. I think there were plans for him to work with Bray. And who knows, at some point his name may have even been on the table to have been, how about we work together in a group, right? That might have been the case. But I don't think he has ever been factored into this Wyatt 6. I don't think he's ever been factored into that. I think he got that tattoo because he had a connection with Wyndham, who had got a lot of conversations with Cross and did want to work a program with Cross. And I think Karrion really appreciated someone of Bray's stature and standing taking time to have conversations with Karrion, because Karrion was working his way up. Karrion was in NXT, I think, when they were having conversations. So for him to have someone be that supportive meant a lot. And I think he genuinely looked up to Wyndham and like some of what Wyndham's work had been, right? I think he was kind of inspired, and I think he did enjoy the same kind of things that Wyndham enjoyed. And so I think when Wyndham passed away, I think that was a loss to Karrion, and I think he did get a tattoo as a kind of thank you, my friend, I'll miss you, my friend, you know? But he's now using that tattoo as a way of kind of insinuating, who do you think the sixth member was going to be? I just think it's mind games. I just think he's using whatever is at his disposal to muddy the water, to paint the picture he wants to paint, which is not necessarily a true picture, and to, you know, confuse fans, get in their heads, get you second guess. It's great work from Karrion. I mean, there's absolutely no criticism of Karrion. Like, this is great work. And, you know, you can go back to what we said. We said when this feud very first started, this is going to be a problem for the Wyatt Six, because Karrion is a seriously underrated promo. He's a seriously underrated talker, an underrated performer. Like, we know what he brings to the table. And we said this, the second this feud was taking shape, this is going to be hard. They are going to have to get their messaging correct. And I just don't think they have. I just don't think the Wyatts have got their messaging correct at the moment. It's still too cryptic and it's still too scarce. We don't like hear enough from them. And when we do, it's just the odd sentence. So, definitely need something big out of the Wyatts. Daze, you said the Rock train with Gallus. Was it William Gallus? It explains why he only works part-time and for a ton of money. Kim Strains, hello. Nick Butcher, hope you're well. Let's go down. Right, how long we got? 6 minutes. It would be interesting to see them get Scarlett, said Clowney, during her and Shotzi's Chamber of Horrors. That would be good. I know it wouldn't work because they have to finish the video, but the idea seems interesting. No, I'm down for it. What if they don't finish the video? What if they do the bulk of the video and towards the end they get, like, kidnapped? And, you know, Scarlett could go on to social media and say, guys, I just want you to know I'm okay now, and at WWE, I think you should upload the video because I think it's important that people know what is going on and what I've been through. And people would be like, what does this mean? Like, you know, there'd be a lot of speculation around what's she talking about. And then, of course, the Chamber of Horror videos would be uploaded. And at the very end, that's where you would see the Wyatt Six, you know, a kidnapping Scarlett. But equally, you would know that she's okay now because she would have, you know, sent that message out. We won't know exactly what she had been through, but we would know that she's safe now and that this content had been recorded historically and that she has given WWE permission to upload it. So you're kind of, you know, ticking a lot of boxes as to why it's being published. And I think something like that would be fantastic. I think something like that would be great. you know, this was a big success of Nightbird, was that you never knew where they were popping up. Sometimes we had to go to Twitch. Sometimes we went to the WhatsApp. Sometimes they were interrupting Raw talk. Sometimes it was on the actual show. Sometimes it was on the WWE.com website. Like, they were all over the place, working by their own rules. And, you know, it was fun. It was different. It was exciting. It was thrilling. It's all settled down now, which it was always going to. But this feud in particular, where I think some serious mind games are being played by Carrion, I think you need to bring pretty close to whatever A game you've got. And at the moment, like, they just don't seem to be responding much. Do you know what I mean? They just don't seem to be anywhere near as active. It feels a little bit like if this was a boxing match. I feel like Carrion's volume is a lot higher, and I feel like his accuracy is a lot better, whereas the Wyatt Six are not throwing as much, and what they are throwing I don't think is as impactful. That's how I could word it, right? That's in boxing terms, that's kind of how the fight's going at the moment. And we really do need the Wyatt Six to land something pretty juicy to really get everyone going, whoa, here, we got to fight now. We've got to fight now. And I'm hoping that shot lands tonight. So, Clowny, shout out to you, buds. Samuel, shout out to you, my friend. Guys, you guys, I hope you enjoy a great pay-per-view this past weekend. We brought the boom, said Tony Khan. Tony Khan in the chat. Tony, hope you're well. Why Brandy would attack Jade? That doesn't make sense, said Elizabeth. Why would Brandy attack Jade? I don't know why Brandy would attack Jade. Are we talking about Brandy as in Cody's wife? Can't see that one personally. Only because, well, Brandy, she's not a character on the show. I don't think there's any plans for her to be a character on the show. Plus also, that would position her as a heel, which would be very difficult for Cody, because obviously Cody's a face. So his wife being a heel would be a bit problematic. So, yeah, I'd struggle with that one. Unless you're talking B-Fab. Is B-Fab's real name Brandy? No. Connor, when do you think LA Knight will be United States champion till? Well, I think he'll have it till WrestleMania. I mean, I don't see... I see the top end of the card is quite crowded. I don't see LA Knight getting to a world title at the moment. I'm not saying he can't get to a world championship. He's still got crowd support, but it's just really crowded up there. So it's really hard to see how we're going to get him up there, you know? So why take the title off him, basically? I would keep that belt on him for as long as we could. And, you know, at the moment, he is... Who's he feuding with? Santos, Shinsuke. The Shinsuke feuds. I don't think Shinsuke needs that title. He just needs to look good in this feud. For example, he could lose matches, but he could lose them by DQ. Because he could just be absolutely destroying LA Knight and not listen to the ref and get DQ'd. That way, he doesn't win the title, but he looks pretty badass. So, you know, I'm all right with Shinsuke not getting the title off of LA Knight. I'm all right with it being a case that LA Knight continues as champion. But I do want Shinsuke to come out of this feud looking like a badass. That's what I'm looking for. Right, we are about to go over to the show. Ian said, only way to get serious would be to get at Carrion is to get at Scarlett. Well, they did sort of imply that earlier, right? In the sense of they did send a tweet out, and didn't they say something like everybody has got somebody to lose? I think that's what they said, wasn't it? Everyone's got something to lose. Which, you know, that feels like it is a message to Carrion, like, you've got something to lose. And, you know, that seemingly could be Scarlett. So they have sort of insinuated something along those lines. I don't know exactly what their plans are, of course. Okay, Bianca and Naomi side by side. Bianca's got that women's tag title. There is Nia and Tiffany. That's a pretty wild outfit that Bianca was wearing, wasn't it? With all the teddy bears on. Ludwig Kaiser is going to be taking on Bron Breakker tonight, of course. Bron Breakker. Right, Matt Carney, shout out to you, my friend. Matt always has a in-depth question. We might need to just wait for commercial break for that. Oh, hello. Tag title match tonight. Judgment Day against War Raiders. Okay, so Gunter is going to start the show. Yeah, Gunter. I don't know why. I was just thinking. I don't know what Ludwig's music is. And so I wondered if we were getting Ludwig out there. But no, it is actually Gunter that's going to start the show. Okay. Milo said, Daze, what if the Final Testament kidnapped Nikki or Alexa? Well, if they kidnap Alexa, that would be interesting because we still haven't quite established how she connects with this group. So I don't know how the Wyatt Six would react to that. If they kidnap Nikki, that's a different situation because we know she's in the group. And, I mean, to be honest, as I said, for me, the Wyatt Six are down. They need a dub. If Nikki gets kidnapped, that's another L. So, I don't know. That's not what I'm looking for at the moment. I'm looking for the Wyatt Six to fire back. Okay, so we've actually got Jackie in the ring with the Ring General. So we're just looking at what happened last Monday, and what happened last Monday is Gunther attacked Damien. Do you remember this? And we were talking about how totally understand, like, you know, that Damien needs to look strong, but are we losing a bit too much Gunther aura? Damien saying that he is the king of the streets. So there's Gunther. Let's see what Gunther's got to say about that last week. He's looking out at the crowds. Crowd are booing. He's definitely got self-doubt, hasn't he? Definitely got self-doubt. He asked Ludwig last week, am I still the Ring General that you know? And Ludwig was like, yes. What's your response? What's your response to what Damien had to say? So Gunther looking out to the crowds. Here's Damien. Damien's coming down. So again, we're seeing that self-doubt. Do you know, I would love this to be a game by Gunther. I'd love it to be a case that it turns out Gunther doesn't have any self-doubt. He just wanted Damian to have a false sense of security. That would be a really good mind game from Gunther. Let us know how easy it's going to be for you. Before you go, pass that microphone to Gunther. I want to know if he grew a set and if he would say something to my face. Jackie, trying to hand the microphone over to Gunther. She does. Someone in the crowd just shouted he never left. I want to know when the old Gunther is back. Someone in the crowd was like, he never left. Maybe the pressure of being champ has got to you. You've had a lot of accomplishments. You never had to deal with a problem like me. This problem is taking that championship, says Damian. Gunther's like, no. So weird seeing this. It's so weird seeing Gunther like this. It's just weird. What happens to the ring general when he loses to a guy from the street? Apparently, they've just announced the women's IC title. There's a video doing the rounds of it being shown before Raw began. WWE Women's Intercontinental title was announced before Raw. Adam Pearce was in the ring, apparently. This coming from Ringside News. Gunther was about to say something back, but instead, he starts just laying into Damian. Good. Good. Big boot there by Gunther. Good. There's only so much that Gunther can take. Gunther hurls Damian out the ring. Clothesline, down goes Damian. Looks like he's going to strip the announce table. He is. Referees are making their way down. Into the ring post goes Gunther. Big shots here by Damian. So we got a brawl on the outside of the ring. Damian picking up the ring general. Look at this. The ring general is going to get boom planted through the commentary table. Damian Priest planting Gunther, picking him up. Razor's edge through the commentary table. And Damian holds up that World Heavyweight Championship. I don't have Damian winning that. I think we've made him look so strong in the build because surely when we get to the actual match, Gunther will retain. Brian said Damian had the world title taken from him just because of a couple of botches in his matches. It was a little bit harsh. Do we think CM Punk will go after Gunther's world championship? That was the rumor for Survivor Series, but they're not doing it. So I don't know what changed, but yes, Connor, eventually I do expect that because that was rumored. Kim Shane said, if you don't drop a like, I can't think of anything funny tonight. So I will say that if you don't drop a like, you can just do one and never come back, says Kim Shane. Kim Shane's Nick Butcher, shout out to you. Austin316, hello. I don't get this version of Gunther. Did his loss to Cody humble him or something? Maybe you're right. Maybe that did play a part. You know, he lost and he didn't expect to lose. And then he got verbally destroyed by Damian, and so self-doubt has snuck in, but it's bad. We got to figure out who our 5th member is for War Games. What about Kairi Sane? Naomi wants Bailey. Io wants Kairi. Naomi wants Bailey. Is Rhea. Rhea doesn't care. Great leadership. I don't have time for this. Bianca said, I'm going to get ready for my advantage match. You can figure this out. Well, is it going to be Kairi? Or is it going to be Bailey? Or do they swerve us and just go in a completely different direction? Okay, well, there we go. We know that Jade is being replaced. We knew that kind of anyway because of the reports that were out there, but it's obviously good to just have it confirmed. So a replacement is needed for Jade Cargill in Survivor Series War Games. War Games! What if Damian wins at Survivor Series, then Gunther wins it back at the Rumble? Well, you could go that way. It's not the direction I would personally go. I don't like this Gunther losing his confidence. It feels a bit too early for that. It kind of feels like this is something that I would do a little bit more longer into his title reign. I think you've made Gunther look a little bit weak in this build. As a result, you've took away a little bit of his aura. I think a way that he can get some of that aura back is by retaining his title. If you make him look weak in this and then he loses his title, it's a bit of a blow in it, really. I mean, it's a blow he can recover from, as you said, by winning it back at the Rumble. You know, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I don't know. It's not the direction I would personally go. I would just have Gunther retain. And I'd have him retain clean as well. I think what Austin said earlier is probably right. It probably is a case that loss to Cody has weakened his kind of mindset. And then not only did he lose physically, but he got destroyed by Damian in a promo. And, you know, all of a sudden he's like, Jesus, it's all going wrong. So, you know, that's where this doubt has kind of snuck in from. I'm really torn on it. I mean, part of me is like, well, it's interesting. I mean, it's got, you know, it's got us talking and thinking and speculating. I mean, it's good in that regards. But I don't know. I also think Gunther's aura is really special and unique, and is like, you know, he's a badass who is cool. I respect him. It's took a long time to build that aura as well. Like, to damage it is a bit. I just don't know that I would do it. But we're doing it, so whatever. Let's see where it leads. Let's see where this goes. I think you've shown a spoiler of an upcoming segment. Do you think so? It's not taped, though, is it? Plus, also, we said anyway that they're announcing the Intercontinental, or that the Intercontinental's on the way. So, it's not like we didn't know it was coming. Just didn't know it was coming this week. And I'm not aware that this is a tape show. It's not a tape show. Well, it's definitely not a tape show. But it's not like even a show that's early, is it? I mean, if it is, and it's just an hour out, then I don't know. I mean, it's catching me off guard then. Because as far as I know, what I'm watching is happening live. Because I know last week was taped. This week is live. I'm not sure that we're taping next week, are we? Oh, God, these tape shows, they need to do one if that's what's happening. Charlotte could be the 5th member. It all depends on if they want to return her as a face or a heel. Also, how that role corresponds with the feuds she gets during December, January, and in WrestleMania season. Hang on. Charlotte could be the 5th member, yes. It all depends on if they want to return her as a face or a heel. How that role corresponds with the feud she's getting December, January, and WrestleMania season. Yeah, I mean, she could join that team and betray them. So she could come in as a face and be on the face team, but actually during the match show her true colours. So, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, we're going down some roads they didn't plan to go down. I don't think they ever planned on Jade being removed from this match. I think they're only doing it because she is legitimately injured. So, I think they are having to now, you know, scramble, to be honest. It's going to be interesting to see who they find. This is, you know, a really interesting side of booking because, you know, you are going to be presented with these you are going to be presented with these kinds of situations, and you're going to need to find a way out of them. So, which way do they go? Oh, I said I was going to read that thing, didn't I, from Matt? Matt said, WWE exists as an empire, and that's a good thing. However, can it suffer the same issues as an empire? Overexpansion and saturation of bureaucracy? Yeah, definitely. Yes, is the answer. You can get too big, and if you get too big, then all of a sudden you're relying on other people to run different aspects of the company. If those people are not up to standard, then those aspects of the company can struggle. And, you know, that can then have a knock-on effect, of course. So overexpansion can be an issue. You can obviously go into markets that are, you know, not appreciative of you being there, and that can cause tensions and issues, and that can open up a new can of worms. And yeah, I mean, you know, all businesses kind of go through that. It's about trying to navigate the right way forwards. It's also about not being outmaneuvered as well, though, because you can't stop yourself from expanding because you're worried about these things. Because if you don't do it, well, then AEW will do it, and you'll then find yourself starting to get left behind. So it's kind of, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. There are issues with expanding and putting people in position where they might not be up to standard, and, you know, the product suffers in certain markets. But then equally, if you don't do it, AEW could come along and do it, and then you find yourself playing catch up, which, you know, is a situation you might not want to be in. So, yeah, as I said, sometimes it might be you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Jean-Pierre said, I know the 5th woman, and I know who's going to take Jade's place. Well, if it's a theory, I'll have it. If it's a spoiler, I don't want it. Tornado tag for this one, so all 4 guys can be in the ring at the same time. Boom. Right. If this isn't live, then I've not seen anything. Is that good? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's live or if it's not live. I'm under the impression that it is live. Last week was taped. This week is live. But then if next week is taped, and I don't know that it is, then sometimes they do start the shows an hour earlier so they can fit both tape-ins in. But I don't know that next week is taped. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with that IC title situation. All I know is that there are videos doing the rounds and people telling me it happened before Raw. So, I don't know. I am in the dark on that one, my friends. You know as much as I know. It was the latest ID signing that took out Jade, Russian wrestler prodigy Cher Noble. She is nuclear. Kick coming into the midsection there by Dragon Lee. Right, we are underway with match number 1. American made are a lot of things, but one thing they are not are losers, said Wade Barrett. Dragon Lee and Ray versus American made. I mean, I've put the creeds, but whatever. Right. Tornado tag, as we said, so they're all in at the same time. Basement dropkick there by Dragon Lee. Dropkick by Ray. Both of these guys pinning Brutus at the same time, but he still manages to kick out. 22 minutes of this show gone already. Shot coming in there by Dragon Lee. It says live on screen when it's live, but it's not live, said Shelf Presence. This is live, said Mayor Pete. I've got a friend that's at the show. That's interesting. So then what the flip are they doing with the IC title then? Nita Nitro said it is live. Next week is in Everett. Then it's in Wichita. Nita Nitro, thank you. Well, look, I don't know. I'm confused in the sense of why they would do that. Unless they've taped it and they show it on this show. Or I don't get it. Maybe they want it as a social media exclusive. Kip Up by Julius. Look at Brutus, man. Brutus is upside down in the corner and is laughing at Dragon Lee. So Julius, the Creeds, American Made are now back in control. Going for the cover there. Ray on the outsides. It was Dragon Lee that was going for like a tree of woe, but it was Julius that ended up going and hitting a superplex. Right now we got Julius in there with Ray. Ray is up in the air and looking for a sit-down powerbomb, is he? Whoa! Head scissor to the outside. Lovely work. Rey Mysterio has got Julius. In position for a 619, but Julius with a big clothesline. Dragon Lee on the outside. Ray is clothesline down. What's Dragon Lee looking at? Oh, I thought he was going to do something crazy, but he just looked around and we went to commercial break. So there we go. Right, women have easier stories to digest. Just a few episodes and it's over. Cool that they brought back the previous beef in an earlier segment. I forgot, said Euro. Daze, my friend went to a double tape-in. A lot of extra matches without interviews in between, said Christopher. Yeah, they're not, when they do those tape-ins, they're not interested in showing you the backstage stuff. They just want to get the matches recorded, and then they film the backstage stuff and edit it all together. So that's why even tape shows, you can still get surprises. You can still get backstage moments. But, you know, a lot of the big moments, like when Rhea returned, they obviously wanted to do that in front of the fans to get the reaction. And unfortunately, it was images of that return that went online and kind of spoiled that moment. There was images of Bronson Reed in the ring with Solo, which meant we knew that Bronson was going to be the 5th man for the OG bloodline. That also heavily insinuated that Seth would be the 5th man for the other bloodline. So I felt like that image had ruined both 5th men. So that was frustrating. Obviously, it didn't go that way, though. It turned out the other one was CM Punk, which did catch me by surprise. I did think it was going to be Seth. So, but yeah, we still knew that Bronson was one of them. We still had the Rhea return spoiled, but the crowd, you are right, I don't believe see the backstage stuff. So that's why you can still get the odd surprise on those taped shows. Brian said they unveiled the Intercontinental title during main event. Wow. Are they trying to get people to tune into main event? Good luck with that. Good luck with that. So that airs on, I don't even know when that shows, honestly. On a Thursday, is it? Wednesday, Thursday? Something like that? Friday? Don't know. I don't even know when main event airs. Why would they? I don't even know why they would do that. That's so bonkers. That's bonkers. Undertaker's time was best time. People never knew what he was going to do next, but now social media we're living in, it would be hard to recreate that, said Christopher. Yes, I agree, buds. Brian said they unveiled the Women's Intercontinental during WWE main event, which they taped just before Raw. Tonight's Raw is live. Thank you, my friends. Daze, I wasn't trying to cause drama. I just wasn't sure if they started an hour early. No, James, you're fine. I mean, you know me and spoilers. I hate them. I hate them. So, you know, I wouldn't like to think that I've kind of put something out there that's about to be on the show. I'm critical of like WrestleVotes doing that. But equally, if that was something that I'd just done, hopefully people could see that it was unintentional. That I wasn't trying to like put a spoiler out there. I'm being sent footage and people are telling me that it's been announced. They've announced it and that it was before the show. So, no, I mean, your observation was correct because they have been doing shows like, you know, an hour early if they're taped. But in my head, I knew this one was live, or I was like, I'm sure this one's live. So I'd kind of ruled that out and I was like, oh, yeah. Just weird, isn't it? It's just a bit of a mess, really. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really get it. I am very confused why you would want to put a moment like that on main event and not put it on Raw. I mean, I know they're like a little push for time because they've only got 2 hours instead of 3. But can you really not find 5 minutes to show off a new championship? Unless maybe one of the matches for that championship start is on main event. Could it be that they actually do one of the first round matches on main event for the championship? Do we need to watch main event? Dragon Lee charging over. Daze, you're wrong. Mistakes aren't happy accidents. You aren't Bob Ross. You've ruined Raw. End of the story. That is the takeaway. Unseen should be the Raw that you spoil. It's true. I would go further, don't I? I would say I've ruined wrestling. I've actually ruined wrestling. All of wrestling. It will never recover from this moment. The community will shun me. Let's turn the lights off. Let's all go in our own directions because things are never going to be the same. Okay, American Made are up top there looking for a superplex. It messes with your brain, don't it? Said, yeah, James, totally. I'm right there with you. My brain is scrambled. I honestly don't know if I'm coming or going. 619 by, that was sick actually by Ray. He hit like a 619. That means that both the Creeds are in Tree of Woe positions. Dragon Lee stomps down on them. Crowd are entertained. Dropkick to the outside. I'm not going to lie. Naming a women's mid-card title after the men's belt is lazy. I would have had one women's mid-card and named it something unique and fluid said Ellis Dub. LS Dub sent me a DM and he was like, I don't think they should name it after the men's championships. I think it's unoriginal and it's lazy. I would name it the Washing Up Championship. And I responded, I was like, you can't say that. That's like really sexist and that's like old school kind of, do you know what I mean? The 1940s, 1930s, kind of that kind of thinking. But LS Dub was like, no. I would have one championship called the Washing Up Championship, and the other championship would be the Shopping Championship. And I was like, you can't say that, Ellis Dub. That's not PG. That's not acceptable in this day and age. 1, 2, 3. Wow, Julius rolls up Rey Mysterio. It's going to be a win for American Made, thanks to outside interference from Chad Gable. Outside interference by Chad Gable means that it is a sweet, sweet dub for American Made. Let's get people's votes in. Okay, we've gone over to the commentary table. You suck is being chanted by the fans as American Made stand on the commentary table, arms in the air. Wade Barrett standing up as well. Wade Barrett's enjoying himself. We're trying to work here, please. Okay, so they're talking about SmackDown. They're talking about Paul Heyman. And they're talking about the impact that it made. How are you, Daze, said Helena. I'm good, thank you. I hope you are well. I'm doing good. Saul Hack Duggan said, Daze, what if in Survivor Series CM Punk and Bronson Reed have a backstage fight and both can't compete in a match? They are replaced by The Rock and Solo and an unknown Samoan member for Roman's team. I just don't see it happening, but The Rock has not been training to our knowledge. He's been going all over the world to promote Moana. So I just can't see it being a case that that they would have. This is shouting in my ear. I just don't think that they would. He would have had time to have prepared, to be honest. So yeah, Moana 2, I think, has really ruled The Rock out of being in physical match at Survivor Series, and I think that as well as that, the unknown Samoan member would have to be someone like Hikuleo, would have to be Lance Anoa'i. We've not had any introduction to those. So again, you know, we're not getting any. Probably Survivor Series isn't the place where you'd want to introduce them, you know, bring them up to the main roster. Both are rumored to be down in developmental, so I don't see it. I think that we're going to run with what we've got now. Here is Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker making his way out. We're going over to our next match. Bron Breakker is going to be taking on Ludwig Kaiser. Now, I don't believe this is for the Intercontinental Championship. I don't believe it is. We do have a tag title match tonight, though, that I wasn't prepared for. So we do know that Judgment Day are going to be defending. But I don't think that Bron Breakker is. Bron Breakker holding up that IC Championship. When does he lose that title? Hello. Jey Uso. Hello. Little advert for WWE Shop here by Jay. Oh, do you remember Do you remember when we used to get DX doing those kind of segments? DX, when they did those segments, was so funny about 2009. So you had like Shawn Michaels and you had Triple H, like kind of goofing around with some of the items you could get for Christmas for the holiday season. I was just watching that there because it was Jay, and I thought, oh, this could be quite fun. But it was just really straightforward stuff, really, which is a bit of a shame. It's a shame. I wish they'd gone a bit more comedy with it. There used to be some really good WWE shop, like Holiday. I did a LOL video on it, but I don't know if I ever actually uploaded that to the channel. I don't know. I'd have to have a look. If not, then there's a really good LOL video that I made on old WWE shop holiday season adverts. Which sounds boring, but I promise you was very entertaining. Right. Let's get these scores down. This was for the first match. As we just said, Bron Breakker in action when we come back from the break. So that is good 94%. Christopher said, Daze, we want a women's IC title. Why haven't we got it before a United States title? That would be amazing. Well, there are rumors. Strong rumors that one is on the way. John said, we need a traditional Survivor Series match. Do you think that we get one? I don't know, to be honest. I would like to think we would. It really felt like we were teasing Raw versus SmackDown with the beef between Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce. Kind of felt, and actually, even Xavier Woods on social media said you should do Team Raw versus Team SmackDown, and Adam Pearce, like, I think, put a thinking emoji. So yeah, there was definitely some stuff which was being teased, but I mean, it's so late in the day now. We could get something made, but I mean, we've only got an hour and 24 minutes left of Raw, and we've got what, 2 hours left of SmackDown, so I mean, there ain't much time to work with to set up these matches for Survivor Series. We will get a couple more added. We've got 3 that are on. I think we'll get another couple to take it to about 5. You got to remember that both War Games matches are probably going to go for a good 40 minutes. And I don't think they want the show to be longer than 3 hours. So, you know, you could do those 2 War Games matches and then 3 matches. If you've got like a little segment in there as well, little announcement of the attendance or something, I don't know, then, you know, that's it really. So yeah, I don't think we need that much to be announced. Probably just another couple. I think there's 3 matches announced. We need just another couple. Right, the 2000s DX run was hilarious. I loved it as a kid. Me and my bud still quote parts of it, says Poppy Crocs. Days, my mother ordered my new phone for Christmas. It'll be coming on Friday, ready to be wrapped up, ready to have for Christmas, which I'm glad that's one thing done now and a few more things to get. Have you seen the commercial of wrestlers doing a speed dating thing? Orton showing his tattoo, saying that's a score, that's a score. I have, yes. It's an old commercial, that. I forget what it was promoting, but yes, I have. It is very good, American Nightmare. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. So here's R-Truth. He just needs a spot to hide. You'll need a place to hide from me if you don't get the hell out of my clubhouse. So Finn is saying, Liv, you do need the advantage. I'm going to look at the positives. So he's talking about how Judgment Day have been champs for 150 odd days. Get in, get in. There's no leaders. Okay, so Finn said there's no leaders around here, but when everyone listens to Finn, we're one big, happy, successful family. So there's definitely no leaders, though. But everyone should definitely listen to Finn. Okay, here comes Ludwig. Over 72 million social views, the most views of any SmackDown moment of 2024. So that has been announced by WWE, the return of Paul Heyman, CM Punk being added as the fifth man. Let's go. Daze, let's not forget that LA Knight is still the older brother of Maxine Dupree. Please, War Raiders, end this horrible title run. Take away those tag titles. Yeah, them gloating about still being champions is pretty wild, isn't it? Was the 2 for 2 a reference to how many times they defended the belts? Because they have not defended those titles very much, have they? Mitchell said, happy Thanksgiving week all. I'm really thankful for all of you. Aw, Mitchell, shout out to you, dude. Denzel said, being taped would spoil PLE results. Being taped would spoil PLE results. Oh, I see what you're saying about if next week's show was taped, because it would be the Fallout show. Yes. Yes, you are correct. This group is way too big, said LSW. It feels like a bad sitcom cast. It just doesn't click at all. Transition this group into a three-person stable of Liv, Raquel, Dom. Trim the fat. Let Finn go solo. Justin said, no surprise here. Sheamus is going to interrupt. Wrestle with Andy said, I saw those new tattoos that Dominic got. Who do we think has got the best tattoos in current day WWE? Well, I love Randy's, to be honest. I've always thought his arm sleeves just look fantastic. So I would struggle to not go with those. It's a bit boring because, like, I don't think there's much. I think it's just cool imagery. I don't think there's like really anything more to it than that. But I think they look awesome. Batista obviously had great tattoos. His figures are awesome because of his back piece. Headbutt there by Ludwig. Bron going over, and Ludwig slips through the legs of Bron. Oh, big shot to the back of Bron. Ludwig charging over on the shoulders. Bron, oh, lovely work. Right to the guts. Great work there by Bron Breakker. Look at that. Oh, Ludwig felt that. Ludwig, of course, was over at WXW at the weekend. Showed up in Germany. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think he just went hard into the corner. Oh, that could be a problem. That could be a real problem for Bron Breakker. Oh, my God. Let's have a look at this. Bron Breakker on the outside. Oh, my God. Oh, mate. If you see that replay, it is horrific. Oh, mate, the doctor's asking him questions and he's not responding. You can see the ref is there going, Bron, are you okay? Are you okay? And you can see Bron is clutching his chest and he is not responding. He's not saying anything back. He's alert. It's not like he's been knocked out unconscious or anything, but I think he's in so much pain that he's just gritting his teeth and he's just like, he's not actually answering. Oh my God, that was horrific. That was horrific. He seems to have charged round, and I don't know if he's just mistimed it. Somehow he's gone running right into the corner of the table. Seems to have gone into, I would think around here. Like the rib cage, the front of the rib cage. Oh, mate. I mean, you could crack a rib on that, couldn't you, easily? I mean, if it... is that your sternum? But he oh my God. I don't know how you don't do some serious damage there. Either he's doing some of the greatest selling I've ever seen. Or like, oh mate. That looked rough, said DB Mike. It really did, dude. That was rough, said William. That looked horrid. I can't even look at that ever again. Says Word of Wrestling. Sternum, yeah. Oh, mate. I don't know what we're going to go back to. I genuinely don't know when we go back, if this match is going to still be continuing or if the match will have been called. I would not be shocked if they have to call the match. And he's like being stretchered to get some medical attention, you know. They cut to commercial. We're going to have to get bumpers or protection for corners after that. Yeah, there probably should be something on the corners, to be honest. There probably should. I mean, it ain't a surprise in 2024 that the commentary table gets used quite a bit by the wrestlers, is it? Flipping started the show with someone being planted through it. I mean, you can't like fully protect it, but do you know what? Thinking about it, it's amazing that doesn't happen on a more regular basis. Oh, mate. Well, we're about to go back, and I don't know what we're going back to. I don't know what we're going back to. In fact, we've just gone to a screen. Oh. Bron is in the ring, and we are continuing with the match. Oh. Oh. How is he continuing? They should make it rounded edges. I cringe every time someone does a suicide dive into a commentary table. Shots coming in there by Ludwig. So Bron is down. Ludwig is standing over him. A couple of people in the crowd are dressed like Where's Waldo? Is there a Let's Go Bron chant? Let's Go Bron chant has broken out. Let's Go Bron chant from the crowds. Slap coming in there. I want to know how Bron's doing. Is there a mark? I think is there a mark here? I'm looking for any marks on his body. Shots coming in. Shots coming back there by Bron. Against the ropes. Clothesline. Comes crashing down on... Look, there's a mark right here on his body. I think this is where it's hit. So it's not hit in the middle. I think it's hit him here. Slammed down there by Bron. Oof. Knee there by Ludwig. Bron just holding her. I'm surprised he's not nursing them even more, to be honest. Frankensteiner off the corner. Straps have come down. Charging over. Kick coming in there by Ludwig. Really compelling, this match, you know. Really compelling. Right now, we've got Bron trying to crawl out the ring. So, Ludwig going out the ring to the outsides. Oh, who's come running down? Sheamus! Here's Sheamus. Man, you could see him running from miles away. I couldn't quite make out who it was. But obviously it makes sense it is Sheamus. But Sheamus comes pegging down all the way from the back. God, we watch him run the length of the entranceway. Boom! Collides into Ludwig. Pushes Ludwig over. So that has now resulted in a DQ. Bron is awesome. Match score. Told you, Daze, that Sheamus would interfere, said Christopher. Okay, we've got lots of officials down trying to separate these. Yeah, big brawl on the outside of the ring as we go to another commercial break. Wow. He'll be fine. Just a little bit of bruising, said by the Bonfire. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I'm stunned at how little marks are on his body. There seems to be a bit of red mark about here, but really outside of that, not much. I mean, obviously it might still be coming through. He might put a picture up after that looks a little bit more horrific. But honestly, when he was down and he was grabbing his chest, you know, he could have just been doing some selling, of course. It's always hard to know if someone's good at selling, you know. It's always hard to know if they're being genuine or not. He might have been exaggerating in that moment, but even so, it just looked brilliant. It looked horrific. Triple threat IC match, Saturday night's main event. Ludwig wins, says Mr. Canuck. Maybe we have Sheamus versus Ludwig versus Bron at War Games, said Tom. We knew that would happen after what went down last week. Triple threat at Saturday night's main event incoming, says Ian. What's making people think it'll be Saturday night's main event, by the way? I haven't actually heard where we're going with this match. I don't know. I mean, are we saying it won't be next week or it won't be Survivor Series? Like, I'm just interested why everyone thinks it's Saturday night's main event. It absolutely could be. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying I haven't heard anything about the match. It just seems like some other people might have heard something. MXXS said that will leave a nasty mark. I'm hoping internally is not hurt, unless it is a sell. But it's too perfect to be a sell. It was, well, I mean, again, I really don't mind. A lot of people worry about, or don't like being, you know, fooled, if you will. They don't like being worked. It doesn't bother me. I think, you know, this is what they're meant to do, really. You know, they're meant to sell and be like the best doing it. So, I mean, if he has sold, if he has gone into the table, you can see the mark. So I think he definitely did, but maybe it wasn't as bad as he was making out. He exaggerated it. If what we saw was him selling, then he did as great a job as you can do. him, you know, it's little details, to be honest. Like, you could see the ref ask him, and it would be nothing for Bron to have responded. And it would be nothing for Bron to have said, yeah, now I'm fine. But if in that moment he knew the camera was watching because we were going to commercial break and he wanted to make sure that we were not live when he responded to the ref, that is showing such an awareness. That is like next level stuff, you know? That really is like sorting the men from the boys. That those little details that, you know, a lot of people might not even think about is just wow. Just wow. Obviously, only he knows how hurt he was, what he was thinking, what he was trying to do. So I don't know the answer to it, but the moment looked brilliant. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters. And he's not seriously hurt by the looks of it. Okay, here's Adam Pearce. Enough! Enough! Everyone fights. Oh, no, it is Survivor Series. So, there we go. Sheamus versus Ludwig versus Bron. Survivor Series. Well, there we go. Survivor Series. Did anyone hear someone told Mox to go back to Roman, said 6 Horror Kingman. Jessica, hello. Liv and Raquel most likely took out Jade. I'm ready for Liv to lose the title. Jessica, you should go and get it. You should go and become women's champion. And then we'd have someone in the community that would be like women's champion, and that would be like really cool. So, yeah. Think about it, yeah. Oh my god, they flipping love going back to this moment, don't they? Didn't they do a video package on this earlier? K-Dub said that should be a banger. We main events December 14th. Let people know, said Christopher. We read that one. WWE made this big ordeal out of the reveal of Wyatt 6, but then after that, it's just been dead, says AB Jobson. Sheamus will be IC champ. Book it, said Gang Bang Niner Gang. Ian said they're going to want to put on a decent card for the first Saturday night's main event. That match would have banged. Are WWE spacing out the Wyatt's feuds hurting the hype? Well, I think there's a few things that have kind of hurt the hype, to be honest. One of them being that we... I don't think we're quite ready for the next feud when we ended the first feud. So we needed to, you know, get where we needed to get to. Like, we needed Miz to turn on R-Truth. And we couldn't really do the feud until that had happened. So timing-wise wasn't quite right. I do also think not having a regular way of doing promos, you know, like Bray had the Funhouse. We don't have anything like that for the Wyatt 6. We do go too long without hearing from them. You know, we get a lot of, like, single sentence tweets, you know? I definitely would like to see some more actual promos on actual shows. So, you know, that's kind of hurting momentum a little bit. Plus, they are, as we said earlier in the stream, they are coming off an L. You can't really escape the fact that they got outplayed by The Miz and by Carrion. It's just... I don't think it quite had the desired effects, because obviously Carrion wanted them to be down and to be upset, but instead Howdy was laughing his head off. So yeah, I think there's lots that can be changed and tweaked and tightened, and you know, dare I say it's still a little bit work in progress. The truth is as well, though, that if they return on like tonight and they do something tonight that's a dub, that's all anyone's going to really care about. It is very much what have you done for me lately kind of a vibe with wrestling. What have you done for me lately? So if Wyatt 6 can come on and do something quite impactful tonight, that'll be great. Okay, that second video package done. We've got Kathy Kelly backstage. She's back there with Sammy, with Jay, with Jimmy. We were ready to die and go in 5-on-4. CM Punk's a complicated guy. Roman and Punk are going to sit down and talk this Friday. Wow. Can we trust CM Punk? Wow. Jey Uso against Jacob Fatu. Advantage match. Oh, mate, we just got some big announcements. Yeet. We just got some big announcements. So we've got an advantage match on Friday. We've got Roman sitting down with CM Punk on Friday. That is setting up a big Friday. Okay, that last match, I think it's coming out as good, yes. So, good 95%. I'm a little bit surprised, but I suppose the ending took away. You lot scored the first match, good 94. You scored the second match, good 95. Now we've got Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. This is the championship match. So, Judgment Day. Save yourself. Okay, so Finn and JD. Making their way down to the ring. They're taking on War Raiders, aren't they? My head just went blank there as to who they were facing. War Raiders. Let's go. Tamplin, shout out to you, my friends. I do need to get back to the chat. I've just got a couple of bits I need to put in the folders because there's been a couple of big announcements there. Sammy says that Roman and Punk will sit down on Friday. And we've got Jay taking on Jacob Fatu. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We are up to speed. Lovely. Now, I saw... there we go. I think once Raw goes back to 3 hours on Netflix, it will give Wyatt 6 much more time to cook. Also, WWE could do Wyatt 6 content throughout the shows. Doesn't have to be just in that one segment, said Tamplin Reese. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. They have little to no presence on these shows most weeks. And that's clearly not a good thing. If you compare how we've booked them to how we've booked the Bloodline, I mean, it's just night and day. And I think for a lot of us, we were hoping maybe they wouldn't get to Bloodline levels, but I think we were hoping they would be a lot more visible than what they've been. So, yeah, you know, it's still early days for this group. And I'll tell you something that I keep having to remind myself. And something that's probably worth repeating. And that is that this group have not come through NXT. This is not a group that have teamed together for a long time. They've had loads of feuds. They've worked out their relationships. They've worked out these characters. They've worked out the mannerisms. They've worked out, you know, how they work together as a team. They've worked out the chemistry. You can do all of that if you go through NXT. and then get called up, much like the original Wyatt family, right? They went through NXT and got called up, and by the time they were called up, they were ready, and they'd worked this stuff out. You have to remind yourself, and I have to remind myself, the Wyatt Six have done none of that. None of that. They've got no previous experience together. They have just hit Raw undercooked, to be honest. They're having to work a lot of stuff out as they're going along. And I do think that is affecting things as well. So maybe that explains the kind of slowly approach as well, you know, not trying to overexpose, not trying to, you know, we're just trying to show them off to the best of our ability and not overexpose them. And, you know, we'll kind of increase that volume as time goes by, and we'll increase that exposure as time goes by. Patience. Something many wrestling fans, myself included, myself especially, do not possess. I do not. I am the worst with I have none. I have no patience. My patience is 0. If I was a top trump card, my patience would be a negative number. Ivar crashing on Finn and JD. There was someone in the crowd that was laughing her head off there. She was loving it. So Ivar crashing to the outsides. Right, I saw people asking about halftime score. I still haven't had a chance to do Wrestle with Andy's that he sent in, and I am determined to do it. But we'll run with this for now.
Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know the halftime scores. 40 minutes, yeah. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you there to know the halftime scores? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you there to know the halftime scores? Yes, I stand in the feeling there. You're the teeth like that. But I want to hear you. When you are pretty, yeah. It's the halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I ain't ready for the halftime scores. I can get there.
There we go. Right, so I never know when to stop it because I can never hear it. So I'm probably cutting it off right in the middle of summer. But there we go. So Eric, shout out to you. 7, we've got Eric Davidson with 6.5. We have got Hannah 9.4, Matt TP 7.5, John with a 6, TJ 6.3, Ian says 5.5. We do need some Wyatt 6. Stuart gives it adverts out of 10. Alan gives it a 6. Cough 97 said I want Daze's sexy voice. Every one of my voices is sexy. Calvin with a 7. Kader with a 6. Sack City with a 5. Word of Wrestling with a 6. Hyrule with a 6.5. We've got Brony with a 6.5. Ice Vamp with a 6. Jay with a 6. Brony with a 6.5. Prince Moolah with a 7. George Vlogs 6.123. TJ said 6.3. Norma said 6.25. Shelf Presence with a 5.5. Mark Firefly Forever with a 6. Prince Moolah with a 7. Tom with a 6.5. Felix with a 6.5. Sean with a 7. Corey with a 6. Let Him In with a 6.5. Nathan with a 6. Puppy Crocs with a 6.2. Chastity Plum with a 6. Marty B with a 6. Let's go down to the latest ones. We've got John with an 8. Inside Out and again 8765309. Matter with a 7. Maggie said 4 zillion if Roman shows. Zoom Station said 7. We've got Jordan with a 3. We've got Stephen with a 7. We got Marty with a 6. We got Let Him In 6.5. We've got William 69 with Mitchell. We've got Your Tribal Chief 69 out of 420. LS Dub said 6. We've got Justin with a 7. We got Kyron with a 7.5. We got Danny D with a 5.75. We got Mr. B with a 7.1. We got Vic with a 6.75. We got Dormouse with a 6-ish. We got Word of Wrestling with a 6. We got Christopher with a 7.7. We got Let Him In with a 6.5. We got Mayor Pete, that song is 0, or shade being thrown. We got Mitchell with a 6.25. Tribal Chief with 69 out of 420. Kim's Trains said 7.634 and a quarter. AB Jobson says 6. Brony said 6.5. True Queen with a 420. Marty B with a 6. German Popo Jr. with a 6. And we are back with the show. If I didn't get to your score, what can I tell you? I mean, I tried. I definitely tried. Right, we've got the title belts on the outside. They are on a plinth, being shown in all of their glory. We have got 1 hour of this show done. It is in the record books. And we are moving on to hour number 2. It's not been bad. We've had some pretty big announcements. We don't know who's replacing Jade. We have had some interesting developments in regards to what's happening on SmackDown. We know the men's advantage match. We know that Roman and CM Punk are going to have a conversation. That's going to be interesting. Oh, Finn jumping, crashing down on Eric. JD, lovely, flipping over, crashing down on Eric. James Harrow said, why is Bron Breakker my favourite wrestler now? Well, you've got good taste. That's what I would say. You've got good taste. MXXS said, I really have nothing to say. I just want to give you this thank you, Daze, for being awesome. And as a Thanksgiving gift, everyone have a happy gobble day. I think that's a sex thing, isn't it? MXXS. Is that a sex thing? Is that just after Thanksgiving? Is that the Friday or something? That's the Saturday, isn't it? Thanksgiving on Thursday, Black Friday on Friday, and then Gobble Day on Saturday. So, yeah, it's going to be a banging weekend. And I hope that everyone has a lovely time. So, MXXS, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the kind words. I hope you have a lovely Gobble Day as well. I hope you get gobbled. Right, Finn Balor comes in, grabs Eric. Daze, Punk is cool, but I was hoping for Lesnar. I'm afraid we'll never see him again, and I really do want to see him again, says Johnny. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it would be Lesnar, only because, you know, again, we're waiting for that legal issue to get resolved. But I don't know how that goes. I don't know when it gets sorted. Will we ever see him again? I don't know. It really depends how this legal thing goes. Crossbody there by Ivar. Ivar charging over. JD in the corner. JD moves out the way. Rob said, Gobble Day. It's when you reach down and you giggle the boys while saying gobble, 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 wearing a pilgrim hat. Oh. You Americans and your crazy customs. They've got a bit of a war chant going on there as Ivar goes crashing into JD in the corner. Could we get new tag champs? Whoa! Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, you could see the ref. You could see the ref was like 1, 2. Where are you, Finn? He kind of put a little extra, you know, distance on that third one. 1, 2. Oh, thank God. If that ref had counted that 3 consistently, I would be very interested to know if that 3 would have been avoided. Boom. Collides into him. JD are down. JD down. Here's Ivar. 1, 2. Foot on the rope by Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom makes the save. Dirty Dom makes the save. Dirty Dom on the outside has been removed. Carlito came running down as well. Eric collides into Carlito and Dirty Dom. Ivar's going up. Ivar going up top, but here's Finn Balor. Balor grabbing the beard of Ivar. 1, roll up 2, 3, Judgment Day retain. And the greatest title run in the history of WWE continues. Let's go. This match is fire. Yeah. Add that to all the other fire Judgment Day tag team title defenses. You're the only way. Oh, there's the New Day. I've just put another week, another fire Judgment Day tag title defense. Some things never change. The joke being that that's like their second or third title defense in like 150 days. So, yeah. Just makes me laugh. Here we go. Because New Day Raw. Got an advert for New Day 10-year anniversary next Monday. There we go. There's Xavier and Kofi. I love you, man. I love you too. Ten-year anniversary. Baby. Here we go then. So they're on a better page with each other right now. It's clearly still going to go wrong. So we have got the New Day making their way down to the ring. The heel cheat to win is getting old, said AB Jobson. New Day versus Alpha Academy. Ugh, I hate it when it does that. Xavier getting a shot to Triple A, saying, "Come on, H," said Eric. Daze, do we think a match or two getting added for Survivors? Well, they've added one, but I think they'll add another. I can't see us doing a 4-match card, but I can definitely see a 5-match cards. Certainly when you think how long the War Games matches are. So yeah, I can see another one. New Day celebration on the way next week. Prime New Day was such a joy to watch during a very dark period of WWE. It is true, they did bring a lot of fun, a lot of excitement, a lot of entertainment. Like, there is a lot to celebrate in regards to the New Day, even though they have been stale for many years now. I think you could honestly make the argument they had a really good 5 years, maybe 6 years. But I would say from 2020 to where we are now, we've just been treading water, really. Heels cheating to win has been old for 75 years. That's why they're heels. They don't care about your feelings, says Ray. Hannah said, Daze, maybe the New Day stay together by Big E Langston, but go with a different gimmick. Maybe. There's lots of different ways that they can go with this story. They could have Big E return, and then that brings them all back together. They could have Xavier turn on Kofi. They could have Kofi turn on Xavier. Like, they could have a new enemy arrive that kind of, you know, grabs their attention. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it plays. The one that I think most are expecting is Xavier to turn on Kofi. But God, I would love a swerve. The swerve I would love is Big E to announce he can wrestle again. And then, you know, they start up and have another run, you know? And we get back to, like, old school New Day for a little bit. But then, you know, saying that, if Big E can wrestle again, I think he would have to do it in a tag team. It'd have to be protected. I don't think he could do singles. I don't think in this stage in Kofi's life, he's looking to really break out and go solo. He's won the WWE Championship. I don't see him getting to that level again, to be honest. So I don't really feel at this stage Kofi would be looking to move away from a group. The only one would be Xavier. I think Xavier has not fulfilled his potential. You know, I think, like, he's never won a mid-card title. He's certainly never been near a world title. I think that's something that he would have on his bucket list, you know, so he's the only one really that I think could break away, go off and do something else. So, yeah, and have to see how that plays out. It's going to be good. It's going to make next week's show very interesting. Okay, we are at commercial break, but we're about to return back to the action. Daze, New Day were originally a gospel-loving group that spread positivity. That is... Were they heels at the start? I know the crowd didn't take to them. I can't remember if they were actually presented as heels. Right, we're waiting to go back to the action. But it is true, they were gospel, yes. And we had the whole New Day sucks stuff. Crowd did not take to them at first. Okay, so we're just looking at the signs of the nights. Raw is real awesome wrestling. Jey Uso, eat, sleep, yeet, repeat. Heyman for president. Dirty Dom, teach me your ways. Naomi fills my heart with glow. My first Monday Night Raw to see Bianca. Bianca's biggest fan. There he is. And there is Vanessa Hudgens. She's a big WWE fan, actually. I don't even know what she does anymore, though. Oh, there we go. You right, mate? Welcome. Hope you've had a good time. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. New Day are in the ring. Okay, here's Maxine with Alpha Academy. Oh, did she do a little Maxine Dupree thing there, Alicia Taylor? Maxine Dupree. Did she do something like that? Maxine Dupree. I just caught a little something. How long's she been doing that? Maxine Dupree. Woods dressed up as Goku Black. Sounds like real bad news. Is he dressed up as Goku Black or something? Can anyone confirm that? Can anyone confirm what Xavier's ring gear is meant to be? It is very dark compared to... This must be like Dragon Ball shiz. This must be like Dragon... You know the kids' cartoon? This must be like something to do with that, but I don't watch it. Right there, just trying to figure out who needs to go out the ring and start this one. Oh God, they can't even figure out who's starting the flipping match. Come on, kids. Oh, back elbow there by Otis. Okay, I need the scores for that last match before we dial into this match. That last match just gets good. 92, that was Judgment Day. Taking on War Raiders. There's the Caterpillar. Boom, elbow drop. That's what I'm talking about. There's Tozawa. Whoa! Lovely work by Tozawa. Off the top comes crashing down on Xavier. And they got it. They got it. A senton means that Akira Tozawa and Otis have just beaten the New Day in like no seconds flat. Wow. That is a huge win for Alpha Academy. I thought there was a good chance they would win to further the issues, but I wasn't sure that we were going to see something like that. Kofi has come over to... what the hell was that? Oh, mate, there's some big arguing going on. Xavier is stepping out the ring. Kofi's stepping out the ring to follow him. If I call the play, run the play, says Xavier. You can't listen. You think you're bigger than everyone else? We're following them all the way to the back, you know. Oh, what is this? You're wrestling like garbage? Did I not give you my Intercontinental title shot a few weeks ago? You fumbled those opportunities. Oh, God, that's going to sting, innit? That's going to sting. There's a reason that E and I never let you call the shots. I remember when you was too terrified to take any risk, says Xavier. I'm the reason you became champion. You asked me to be a part of this group. Don't you ever forget that, says Kofi. Last time I checked, you still haven't won a singles championship. Oh my God. You've never been a world champion like me and like E. Because you have not been good enough, says Kofi. And that is not my fault. Oh my God. Wow. Brock getting a mention. He says, what did you do with it? You peed it away in 6 seconds to Brock Lesnar. Oh my God. What an amazing segment this is. And the crowd chanting, fight! I'll see you at the reunion, brother. Oh, mate, that was so good. That flipping thing deserves an Oscar. Okay, we've got Miz. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Scarlett, stay here. Stay out of danger. I think she's in danger. I think she's in big danger. Scarlett. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Scarlett looks in the mirror. Standing behind her is Nikki Cross. Oh, let's go. Come on. Come on. We need this. We need this. Carrion can use his words. The Wyatt Six can use violence. Oh, mate. Mate. Wow. Do you know what? Honestly, I am so impressed tonight. I am so impressed. We've just gone from one of the great promos of this year. I mean, it was so personal. It was so, like, so many callbacks. So much stuff that, like, oh, you don't expect Kofi to say to Xavier, you know? Me and E didn't ever let you run the plays, and this is why. You was never a world champion like me and E. Like, you don't expect him to say these things to Xavier. And then, of course, Xavier was firing back with, you know, we got you to that world title. What did you do when you got it? You peed it away in 6 seconds to Brock Lesnar. So, you know, it's, oh, God, an amazing segment. And then just that little bit there where she's in the mirror is, I mean, that's great, isn't it? Best 5 minutes ever, said Zoom Station. So good. So good. Wrestling's biggest fan said that was an awesome segment. Honestly, this is, I mean, I don't want to, like, blow it out of proportion, but is this not why we watch wrestling? Like, I know the wrestling tonight could be better. I know, like, we could have some better matches. But in regards to the segments outside of the matches, if the matches were a bit more gripping, I mean, I think that match went the way it should have gone, right? To have got us where we needed for the New Day match. So it's got a low score because, you know, it ain't going to stand up there with the classics. But it probably did what it should have done. So I'm not down on that match. I understand why it got such a low score. You gave it good 84%, right? It's not really about the match. It's about setting up that promo that we just had, which was so good. And then that little quick moment afterwards as well. So good. Really very entertaining stuff tonight. I just wish that the in-ring was able to match it, but I do feel like we say that quite a bit when it comes to the in-ring. I mean, I'm in a fortunate place where obviously you lot give your scores on matches and then I get to look at those scores afterwards. And quite often, on a regular basis, those match scores will be good. Main event will be great. But the other matches before the main event will just be good. Like, it does feel like there's definitely, that is an area of improvement, trying to make those other matches, like, stronger. But when it comes to the segments, like, oh, God, I think they're really delivering on those. Travis said, great, they've mentioned Brock on TV. This means that Meltzer's and other dirt sheets and the sheep are going to jump onto the claim that he's coming back. Yeah, for clarity, I don't think there's anything to that. I think they know that it will definitely get people talking. I think they know that... There's the behind the scenes footage. Yeah, I think they know that the Brock Lesnar mention is going to get people talking. So I don't think they've not done it by design, but I also don't think it's any kind of indicator that he's on his way back. So, sorry, I was distracted because I was looking at that behind the scenes CM Punk stuff. That is streaming live on YouTube. You can watch the behind the scenes of his return. Right, here's Final Testament. As Pete done. We've dropped the Wyatts before. Next time we see them, we'll drop them again, says Carrion. Carrion and Miz. He opens it up. Why did she start hitting Carrion? Everyone has something to lose written on the mirror. So that ties in with the tweet that they sent out earlier, of course. Lots of warnings from the Wyatt Six, isn't there? You know, again, they could have gone a little further there, in my mind. Oh, earlier tonight. You might be interested in this, guys. This happened earlier tonight. We probably should mention it. Should we let them know? Is it important? Yeah, go on. Let's let them know. What's this? Oh yeah, the women's division. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's lovely. Lovely little message about the women's division. Okay, I hadn't actually seen the belt, but it is exactly what you think it's going to be. It is the men's, but just on a white strap. Natalia should be the first women's IC champion. No other answer will be correct in my mind. That is my stance on this situation. I've already said that in the past. Yeah, that was a sick moment, man, where Nikki was standing behind... I don't know. Oh, hello. LA Knight against Shinsuke has been announced. LA Knight against Shinsuke announced for Survivor Series. Well, there we go. That gets us to 5 then, doesn't it? That gets us to 5. So, LA Knight against Shinsuke and the IC title match have all been added. How long we got left? 20 minutes. Okay, here's the heel women's team. They're down Jade, thanks to anyone that took her out, says Naya. Good luck. Advantage match coming up now. Main event time, Bianca versus Naya. Hear me raw. Okay. LA Knight Shinsuke for the United States Championship at Survivor Series. Odds on Becky returning. Good, but not until that first Netflix show. I never needed you at all. But I suppose with the Jade injury, you know, plans are going to have to change, aren't they? What if Lesnar comes to War Games mad at Heyman because of CM Punk and mad at CM Punk? I can't think of any reason as to why that's not going to happen. But I would love to see more of the Wyatts, but with the 2-hour runtime, I get that they are going to have shorter segments. I think that segment was effective enough. I still love the Wyatts. Days the Kingston Wood segment was gold. Hannah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. It was fantastic. Mr. Canuck said, Nakamura looks like a character from Mortal Kombat, and that is not a bad thing. Look. Even LA Knight's like, what's that boomer doing? And he's like, so there we go. Match is a fish. Days Maxine Dupree will be the first women's IC title holder. Hannah, yes. Yes, it's written in the stars. Get it on, Maxine Dupree. Bro, this is what I'm talking about. They're not doing much with the Wyatt 6 stuff. What was that? Well, oh no, what's happening? Stop. Stop. I just accidentally pressed play on a little clip there. Yeah, I would have liked more, to be honest. I really thought that the Nikki thing was the start of the others getting jumped. But they just ended up going back to that room, and she sort of like lashed out at Carrion, and I don't really understand why she did that. But then women are very difficult to understand. That is breaking news. Days, will they go with Nakamura beating Knight for the title? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think, to be honest, we're just trying to find opponents for LA Knight, and Shinsuke's a good opponent because he's credible. We haven't seen him in ages. It gets him onto the TV. The idea that we're now just going to put the US title on him out of nowhere. I mean, is this the start of a new push? I mean, I've had those hopes dashed in the past. How many times are we going to think that they're going to invest in Nakamura and then they don't before we realize that it's probably just not going to happen? So I'm thinking this is likely just an opponent for LA Knight. But I'm really pleased for Shinsuke that he's being used, and I will not be down if they do pull the trigger. But I don't know that that is what's happening. Days, can women stop copying the guys? We could not have... Why could we not have a women's Netflix title? Well, that would be awful, that's why. I really don't like the Netflix thing because I don't like the idea of naming it after the platform that you're on because that's just really corporate. That doesn't really do it for me. I mean, I've used the example before. Does that mean if WWE move in the future to Disney Plus, we've got to have the WWE Disney Plus title? Like, I much prefer, like, it being named after, like, you know, the Intercontinental is North America and South America. And obviously the United States is the United States. Like, I much prefer it being named after a location or something like that. A continent or something, rather than it being the TV channel that you're on, you know? That... Ugh, I really don't like it. It's too corporate to me. The Netflix championship. I'm the Netflix champion. Ugh. I don't like it. Okay, here's Solo. It's the Roman Reigns. You caught us off guard on Friday. That is a good one. He had a good one. But that's the only one. You took your best shot. Now it's my turn. Jacob Fatu. Who the flip is winning out of Jacob and Jey? It's a hell of a match, isn't it? I'm the tribal chief. I acknowledge my bloodline over yours. Let's go. They've really built SmackDown up well, haven't they? They've really built SmackDown up well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Bianca in the ring then. Bianca and Nia, main event tonight. When Raw moves to Netflix, do we think that people on there not use Peacock anymore? No, in America it'll be Peacock. In the UK it'll be Netflix. But Peacock have paid for a long period of time to have the pay-per-views. Okay, here's Nia Jax making her way down. They should name titles after sponsors. Welcome your WWE Preparation H Champion, The Miz. Yeah. Guys, have you heard LA Knight's got the Blue Chew Championship? Let's go. Oh, imagine if we, instead of the Intercontinental, we had the WWE Prime Hydration Championship. Oh, wouldn't that be so good? The Prime Hydration Championship. We could have that, and we could have the WWE Dude Wipes Championship. Let's go. Let's go. I am a little bit scared saying these things out loud because you never know who's watching. And genuinely, there are a lot of stupid people that work at WWE. And there really could be someone sat there right now going, we should do that. Someone at TKO. Someone at TKO going, yeah, we could do that. Let me go and jot that down. Yeah, we should do that. So if anyone's watching, I'm being sarcastic, and it's one of the worst ideas I've ever heard. Right, in the corner goes Bianca. The Dude Wipes one could go to Nia for her hole. My hole! What a moment. What a great moment. Shots coming in by Bianca. Who's going to get the advantage? That's my question. Who? Is it going to be Nia or is it going to be Bianca? Boom, nice. Moonsault in over Nia. Bianca going against the ropes. Drop kick. Zelina Vega, all the women now are commenting about the Intercontinental Championship. Ivy Nile is interested. Zelina's interested. Dakota said the IC title is in Damage Control's crosshairs. Bianca going into the ring post. Feels like we're getting a little bit closer. Little bit closer towards a commercial break. War Games. Yes, there we go. The WWE, Kelly the Wise Lady for Hall of Fame Championship. Oh, God, I need to do that, don't I? Said I was going to do that. Oh, it just never stops. Does that mean Drew McIntyre would get the Twitter Troll Championship? Don't know. That's a little bit too cool, to be honest. I think you've gone a little bit too cool there with the naming. I say this every week. Solo is really growing on me. He is really getting better week in, week out, said Charles. He is improving on the mic, and he has been for the past couple of weeks. Never mind, actually, I forgot that Nia was champion. She probably won't be pinned, said LS Dub. Mitchell said, Daze, hear me out. D's nuts get the advantage. Yeah, D's nuts. Matthew said, Daze, next week, Tuesday, is my special 34th birthday. Well, Matthew, I hope you have a wonderful day. Shout out to you, my friend. It is worth mentioning, they just put some interesting stats on screen, that Bianca Belair has got the most wins in WWE in 2024. She's but only 24 wins. I mean, obviously there's going to be some losses in there as well. Still, though. Suppose they don't do the schedule they used to, do they? Do you know what I mean? Back in the day, you'd have 24 wins by the end of January. That's when wrestlers really wrestled twice a day. The WWE Diddy Championship. Yeah, that's your other problem as well. What if, like, you did name them after things and then those things turn bad in the future, you know? MXXS said, I want to change my name from MXXS. I need suggestions. Can it be something easier to read? That would be appreciated. That's my suggestion. It must be tough being Daze, so much work and so little time, says Chris. It's the other way around, Chris. Nathan said, Daze, what was the schedule like in 1990? I am curious. Well, I can find that answer for you, or I can tell you where to find it. If you go to Cage Match, search for, don't know, what wrestler would you go with? Maybe Hulk Hogan? Maybe go Hogan, maybe go Earthquake, maybe go Ultimate Warrior. Mr. Perfect, any of those kind of big names from the roster at the time, put it into Cage Match. You'll get their profile, and at the top it'll say matches. If you click on that, you'll be able to see all of their known matches that they had in their career, including house shows. And you'll be able to see how many matches they had in 1990. There is a grid, actually. I wonder if I can... There's a grid that shows you, I think, matches by year. Should we have a walk? Let's have a walk. Let's have a walk. This is Cage Match. Let's go Mr. Perfect, shall we? Oh, it's probably Kurt Hennig, isn't it? Kurt Hennig. There. So we click on that. You can click on matches. Match statistics. Here we go. Match statistics. 1990, he had 195 matches. So he had 77 wins in 1990. Bianca's had 24, and she's had the most in the company. So he had 77 wins in 1990. In 1989, he had 116. So it is obviously a little bit of a mixed bag, but that gives you a glimpse of 1990. What was Hogan like in 1990? Match statistics. Hogan. Only had 81 matches. That is a bit of a lull, though, because he did 111 there and he did 115 there. That year was a little bit of an exception. I think, didn't he have some time off to do movies after WrestleMania 6? Nice leg drop off the top there by Nia, and Bianca kicks out. So I think the movies disrupted that. Is there someone that wouldn't have had movie disruptions? What about the Warrior? What did the Warrior do in 1990? Match statistics. Jesus. 173 matches for the Warrior in 1990. 156 wins. Bianca's the top, and she's got 24 in 2024. That's pretty bonkers, isn't it? And it was even worse before going back even further, going back to like the territories. But, you know, it's good that wrestling has changed, because, you know, that's not a fun schedule. That's not a fun schedule. That's like missing all your kids' birthdays and holidays. And Bianca has got Nia up. Whoa! She manages to get her, slam her down. The pure strength, the dynamic force. Beautiful. Goes for the moonsault, standing moonsault. Boom. So Bianca is showing up and showing out at the moment. Shot coming in there by Nia. Nia picking up Bianca. Ah, Samoan drop. Moody. Nia is climbing up. Bianca comes over. Nia goes face first into that replay. We've only got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Nia is up top. Whoa, my God. Turnbuckle has come off. So Bianca grabbing Nia and pulling her backwards, slamming her down. But that turnbuckle pad came off. I don't know if Nia was holding on to it. Yeah, she was. That turnbuckle pad, I think, is going to come into effect. She was holding it, and I'm sure she held that on purpose. So that top turnbuckle, it is exposed. Bianca is looking to deliver a KOD. No joy. And, oh, Bianca almost going into that exposed turnbuckle. But Bianca was able to stop herself. Nia colliding into Bianca. Nia on the outside, stripping the commentary table. Stripping the commentary table. Nia has got Bianca on her shoulders. Boom! Amazing. We got Bianca on the outside. Nia is jumping out the ring. Into the ring steps goes Bianca. Nia getting back into the ring. Mitchell said, I've been in this community long enough. AJ Styles is my favorite wrestler. Oh, hello. Bailey. Bailey just came down. Bailey getting involved. Bianca is going up. Nia's gone into the exposed turnbuckle. Bianca comes crashing down onto Nia. And it's going to be advantage. So has that just got Bailey into that 5th position? Bailey helping Bianca. Right? Wow. Big development. Show goes off the air. Bianca picks up the win, but it's Bayley that helped, that assisted. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about a babyface team doing that. Like coming in and like sort of cheating to get the advantage. Does that put Bayley in the shop window a little bit more now as being the person that cost Jade? Because if she's going to be that fifth person, it's gotta put her in the window a little bit, hasn't it? Bayley, the fifth person. Are we serious? I thought she was in it. Why is Bianca a SmackDown star? Main event in Raw, said the Six Horror Kingman. Stay safe out there, said Shaddam. Cody Solo in a dark match. That was spoiled after SmackDown went off air. Oh, I don't know. I didn't get any spoilers, so very good. Hang on. This week's SmackDown's not taped, is it? So I don't think there was any spoilers. The show went off before the match is over. Did it? You didn't see the end of that. Bianca is going to blame Bayley, which will lead to Bayley looking to prove her wrong. Raw show goes off the air. Snacksy said it is taped. Yes, no, you're right. It is, because it is the day after Thanksgiving, isn't it? Yes, you are correct. Well, I managed to avoid the spoilers, so thankfully that is news to me. So anyone that did know that, appreciate the fact that people didn't appreciate the fact that people didn't spoil that. Days, this week's SmackDown was taped after last week. No Wyatt, that is straight bull. Well, we did get Nikki. Called the women's title the TV Championship or Lightweight Championship. Well, to be honest, I don't mind it mirroring the guys. I don't think it's a problem that it mirrors the guys' belts. I think the Intercontinental Championship, that name has got prestige. Like that means something. You can't help but think about all those great IC title matches. And I know that the women don't have that history, but they can sort of borrow from that history, if you will. So yeah, I really don't mind it. It's not a problem for me. I don't see a problem with calling it the Women's Intercontinental, or clearly some people do. But no, I really don't have a problem with it. What are we looking at? Is that where Survivor Series is going to be, or is that where we are today? I don't even know what venue we're looking at here. We've got Raw talk on. We're not going to stick around for it. There is a chance we might get something a bit Wyatt 6-y on it, but we have already had Wyatt 6 on the show, at least something, so there's no guarantee we'll get anything here. Calling it and designing it the same way is just a bit gimmicky to me, but maybe that's just me, said LS Dub. No, I don't get the vibe it is just you, actually. I think there are a few people that agree. But I just honestly don't have an issue with it. I just honestly don't. It's not something that really bothers me. It's not something that I think like, oh my God, we've really got to change this. This is like a big problem or anything. I think if anything, they can borrow from the men's Intercontinental and kind of get off with, you know, really already a bit of a head start when it comes to the prestige of the titles. I mean, whoever wins the first women's Intercontinental, I mean, that I feel like that's going to stick around, because the Intercontinental has, you know, stuck around since, what, the 70s. So there's no reason to think that the women's one isn't going to do the same. Days, the women's Intercontinental final should be Natalya against Becky Lynch. That would be epic. I really would campaign for Natalya to get it. I think there's a lot of very deserving women, but I do see a difference between the first holder and other holders. You know, you can make an argument for Io, you can make an argument for Kairi, you can make an argument for Asuka, you can make an argument for so many different people. But there can only ever be one first, and that was the argument we made about the United States women's title. There can only be one first. So who deserves that honor? Who deserves to be the first? Not who deserves the title. Your Chelsea Greens and everyone can get the title a little further down the road, but who deserves the recognition of being the first? And that's why, for me, I would go Natalya. She is someone that has really, you know, done so much for WWE. What a wonderful tribute. What a wonderful honor it would be to give her that and you know, cement her name into the history books as being the first. And then, of course, your Ios, your Kairis, and everyone can have a run with the belt afterwards. You know, there'll be lots of people that'll have lots of different names, but I think I'm pretty adamant that it should be Natalya for me. But I'm sure we'll do a video on it. Obviously not tonight, because we need to do a video on your thoughts for Raw. And actually, I'll put that request up whilst I'm thinking about it. I'll put it up now. Feedback required. Feedback required. What did you think of Raw? Ron, comment per person, please. Okay, that is up, so you can send in your feedback over on the Wrestling Daze Twitter account. Let's end this poll. I was just waiting to get these results in for the match scores. There we go. 49, 30, 13, and 6. That is good 94. I wish Pierce did what Aldis did, a backstage pre-tape, doing the announcement before the show and taping it makes people think WWE don't care, said Amy Jobson. I don't disagree with that. I'm going to go 6.25 to 7.5, said Mitchell. It is a stat week this week, Spartan. What's your level of excitement for Survivor Series? Higher than other PLEs. It's one of the big PLEs of the year. There's normally some big stuff that goes down. So honestly, I'm probably bobbing around the 8 range for this weekend. So yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to it. And I'd imagine many of you are as well. Natalya has just spoken about the IC title. I'm going to put that in. I'm going to put that into Unseen. Right, okay, I'm going to run away so I can do Unseen. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed the show. I thought it was a really fun show. I really did enjoy it. I hope you enjoyed it as well. We will be back tomorrow for NXT. And obviously Wrestling Escape Pod as well. But we will be back with NXT. And on Thursday, I think we've got Misfits boxing. On Friday, we're doing SmackDown. And then, of course, on Saturday, we got Survivor Series. So pretty busy week this week. I will drop in a predictions video on the second channel in there somewhere. But yeah, whenever I'll see you next, you know, have a great week. And hopefully I will see you again very soon. Bye for now.